te saluda antes de nega. Radzaudz en malak estrellas durante todo el memu. A nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sugi airi preba tu la noche nai banderata caigui pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines, Kunta, Ninale. Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines, Kunta, Ninale.
I call home. Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Ass and beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me scooped out on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pack. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan is where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Mag with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the chat loose, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, chilling down in the wonderful village of Humanity. It's a beautiful day today.
Chilling out of Humana because the testing got canceled.
Shimmering along the bay. Family
Let's go.
laughing around. That's how we doing down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun
Let's go.
never stops shining. Let me take you to an island.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Hafide and good morning, everybody. Good morning to our friends over in Pago Bay. Beautiful
Pago
sunrise.
Bay. Good morning, Pago Bay. Best thing about Pago Bay is right after is Jotnya. Good morning, Jotnya.
Good morning, San Diego.
Hafide and good morning to our friends in Burlingame. Way over there in Burlingame.
Wow. Good morning, Santa Rita.
Hey. Oops, let me turn this off.
Good morning, Agate.
Hafide and good morning to all of our friends in Manila on J.R. Mariano Street. There's a lot of people on J.R. Mariano Street.
Hey,
You ever been
good
there,
morning
Chris?
to all of our people in Manila, the most educated village on this island per capita.
Good morning to Southeast Texas and Oklahoma.
Good morning from Malolo. Good morning, Saipan. That's me. Sorry, I'm turning it down.
That's you? Okay.
Okay, special shout out to LJ Felix in the chat room. Hafide and good morning if you guys are picking bananas.
Good morning, Saipan, Rhoda, and Tinian.
Want some bananas?
The bananas would be great.
Good morning from Vallejo, California.
Nice.
Good morning, Kansas. Good morning, Ipan Talafofu.
Hafide and good morning to our friends over in Machechi in Derido.
Lillian Cruz writes in, Buenas and Offade, Sabrina, Chris, and Jason from Santa Clara, home of the 49ers.
Nice.
Christine writes in, Offade from El Segundo, California.
Hey, good morning, Chook.
Good morning, Gina Benitez, watching from Jigo Ground Zero in the event of a Chinese nuclear strike.
Good
Sorry.
morning, Colleen.
I'm doing the math. I'm like, I want to get, who do we talk to about are we in the clear? Like, is that Landon Islet of the Weather Service? I want to find out if the Chinese bomb. Am I good in EPAN, or do I need to like move a little more south? That's what I'm thinking about today. As if the COVID wasn't enough. As if the COVID wasn't enough. Good morning. While you were sleeping, the Chinese were making
Music videos.
They're making a music video.
It's called propaganda.
Yep. And well, we're gonna get into it. Good. Is there anyone else to say good morning to? I want to say good morning to Barragata. They write in here, good morning from Barragods. Also, Ronald Azuzu. Good morning from the port of Guam. Good morning, Talafolfu.
Also, happy Tuesday from Guam to our friends over in Reno, Nevada. We always get love from Vegas, but Reno is checking in this morning.
Sazu,
Kansas. How for
Iowa
Kansas?
State, good morning. Tijan, good morning. Louisiana, good morning.
Iowa's in the house.
Wow.
Hi, Iowa State.
Des Moines, hello.
Hafaday, Tacoma, Washington. Olympia, Washington.
Wait, you said Iowa State?
Yes.
Okay, that's not Des Moines. That's University of Iowa. Iowa State is over in Ames. Good football team. Go Cyclones.
Ramel Tapia writes, good morning, listening from Woostig. Woostig!
Oh,
We
nice.
see you, Marlene, in Olympia, Washington. Half a day.
Jenny Kisa from SoCal, good morning.
I also want to send a special shout out to anybody who works basically the night shift. So night watchmen, people working at the Port Authority, security guards, military police, people like, people that are working that shift and everything like that. Those men and women stay up late, they watch the sunrise, but I mean, they never stop moving around. I mean, they keep places safe. So if you're just waking up with us, Hafade, thanks for what you guys do.
There, we're getting on, you're getting off. Hafade, San Diego. We also got Hafade from Cross Island Road, the most religious thoroughfare on our island.
Yep. Half a day to Spanaway, Washington, Poulsbo, Washington, and half a day to Visalia, California.
Right on. Good morning to Agania Heights, Sin City, MTM. Good morning.
Also, a happy Tuesday to our friends over in Renton, Washington, which, by the way, is where Jimi Hendrix is buried. Jimi Hendrix, and right next door is where Bruce and Brando. I've been to Jimi Hendrix's grave. That was one of the highlights of my life. I went to his gravesite.
This is when you lived there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Dedido in the house. Good morning, Dedido. Good morning to Mooning. I want to say, is that it? We got Agate. Good morning, PD. Oh, good morning, Mayor Alec and PD family. Good morning. Man, I broke my freaking PD coffee cup yesterday.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a real nice.
How did you
wave.
break it?
It was on the edge of the table, and I went to go grab something, and I knocked it over.
Oh, wait a minute. You, Chris Barnett, knocking over coffee somewhere?
Yeah,
Gee, when is
crazy,
that? Okay,
man.
for those of you who need some context, we've been doing the link. I mean, it was containing COVID for what, 2 months?
Yeah.
And then we took a break, and now we've been doing the link for this is week 7, right, Joe?
Week 7?
Yeah, this is week 7. We've been doing this show now known as the link. Chris has actually spilled coffee either from a hydro flask or a coffee mug. What, 3 times?
You trying to get me in trouble?
Okay, once on a computer keyboard, once on the actual control board that we use to operate like our radio. That one was pretty bad, and then once just all over the desk.
Good morning.
Little snitch over here.
Yeah.
My God.
The bosses are listening too. Good morning, Elsie from Tamuning. Richard Tenorio writes, good morning from the border of Mexico. Richard Villanueva, half a day from Houston, Texas. Myra Sakayan, Upper Tumon in the house. And Annalisa Oceana, good morning from Sioux City, Iowa State.
Nice.
Norm Diaz, good morning from the Hilton.
Good morning to all our friends over in quarantine.
There
Yes.
you go. And are we going into quarantine today? Yes, we are. We are going into quarantine. Man, we're going into quarantine more than travelers. We're going into quarantine this morning with our friends Kyle and Miu Uggan, who just got married.
Were they on their honeymoon?
I think they were on their
They
honeymoon.
were on their
Yeah.
honeymoon in New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they came back to Guam, and then they had an extended staycation by force. Or, what is it, May?
Or shall?
They
Or
shall or
shall
they
or
may. Well, they are in quarantine, whatever the language is.
We're really working the prepositions this morning.
Hey, good morning to Florida, and good morning, Umatic again. We started the show with a song from Umaticans, the Island Tribe. I don't know if they're all Umaticans, but there's definitely one guy in there, Gary, with my island. I wanted to throw that out there because I feel for our people in Pneumatic. I feel for the people in the South as we're traditionally left behind. You know, with the back burner? We're not even on the back burner. We're in the outside freaking kitchen. We're in the outside kitchen. They canceled the testing the first time. It took them 5 years to reschedule it. Then we got a little bit of rain, and they canceled it again, but the sun was out by noon. So I'm feeling for our southern people who just wanted to get tested for COVID-19. And so, I don't know, we're getting public health on to talk about the COVID alert app, and maybe we could slip in a question about, is there any word on that? Hoffaday, Gerald Afflegui in Denver, Colorado.
Denver, Mile High.
The double Mile High city. Anita McHale, BMS Roadrunners in the house. Good morning. It's 6:23. The show, by the way, it's the link on the Breeze 93.9. My name's Chris, Sabrina Salas Mantonani, Jason Salas, Joe Sir, you guys listening on the radio and on our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. It's all brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E on this Tuesday, the 22nd day of September, the year of our Lord, 2020. What a year. What a year. So here's who's coming on the show today, guys. Like I said, we have Kyle and Mio Uggan. They're quarantined. We've got Vince Munoz, Janela Carrera, Monica Guzman to come on and talk about the download-a-thon that's going on with the Guam COVID Alert app. And then, good get here, 7:30, the State Surgeon Cell. Dr. Mike Cruz. We need some, music in here. We had to get the military on because China's making videos. They made a sex tape of bombing us. So we got Dr. Mike Cruz, a state surgeon. We got Major Dr. Lewis Cruz of the Surgeon Cell. We got Staff Sergeant SSG. Yep, Staff Sergeant Joseph Aquino and Sergeant Fernando Esteves and Dr. Felix Cabrera, who's just along for the ride because they got an ID card. He's coming on. Just kidding. So they're actually coming on from Adelup, and we're going to get them on the Zoom.
Nice.
And then 8:15, as always, every Tuesday, guys, we have breakfast with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. So he's coming on 8:15. 8:45, Magats. Pretty interesting case out of the Department of Corrections, as there was actually 2 officers who were nabbed for contraband offenses. And we'll find out more about that from Major Anton Uggan as we go behind bars this morning. 9 o'clock, Victor Camacho with Sanctuary. We'll talk with him. That's brought to you by the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. And then 9:30, where does the time go, Sabrina? Already starting their holiday and Thanksgiving drives at the Salvation Army.
Yes.
Wow. So we're going to talk with Captains Carrie and Eric Rudd of the Salvation Army at 6:25. Let's get right into it on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9 with a look at news from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas Mantonani, good morning.
Hoffaday and good morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Guam recorded its 35th COVID-related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the death occurred at GRMC just before 10 p.m. Sunday. The patient was a 56-year-old man with underlying health conditions that were compounded by the coronavirus. He was pronounced dead upon arrival at GRMC. He was swabbed and tested positive for COVID when he arrived. 30 new positive cases were reported out of the latest 396 samples that were ran at various labs. This brings Guam's COVID case count to 2,147. 607 people are actively fighting the virus, while more than 1,500 people have recovered. Over the weekend, the Guam Department of Education confirmed that 2 additional employees from Agata Johnston Middle School and Liguan Elementary tested positive for COVID-19. Both cases were identified through contact tracing. Public Health, in the meantime, has issued another guidance to clarify related to the plethora of executive orders issued by the governor related to quarantine of arriving passengers to Guam. A press release issued late last night by the Joint Information Center stating, therefore, as part of Guam's ongoing effort to contain the spread of COVID-19, all persons entering Guam by air or sea shall be subject to a 14-day quarantine at a Government of Guam quarantine facility or approved personnel residence or rental lodging. Individuals permitted to quarantine at their home or rental lodging must meet criteria such as must be tested for COVID-19 and receive a negative test result collected within 5 days of arrival to Guam. Public Health will accept 2 types of diagnostic tests which detect the virus. They are molecular tests, such as an RT-PCR test, which detect the virus genetic material, and antigen tests, which detect specific proteins on the surface of the virus. The release goes on to state that in coordination with the airport, transiting passengers may be asked to remain in a designated section of the airport facility while awaiting connecting flights less than 13 hours from landing time to departure. Transiting passengers awaiting connecting flights that are over 13 hours will be quarantined at the Government of Guam facility until they are transported to the airport to transit off Guam. All persons are required to fill out a health declaration form upon arrival. Those who are subject to quarantine restrictions are requested to voluntarily comply with the Government of Guam quarantine requirements and indicate their willingness by signing a voluntary quarantine acknowledgement form. Persons who choose not to sign or do not agree to voluntarily comply with quarantine will be subject to involuntary quarantine and issued a directive for temporary quarantine. Individuals involuntarily quarantined will also be issued a copy of public law and definitions and notified of their right to legal representation. Stars and Stripes reports that a promotional video of the Chinese Air Force released on Saturday appears to depict a simulated strike on Guam. The 2-minute clip was posted on the Chinese Air Force Weibo social media account with inspirational music showing a Chinese H-6K long-range bomber soaring over rural China to the Pacific Ocean. According to Stars and Stripes, it shows a pilot press a button, a missile speeds toward what appears to be a military base, which reportedly appears to be Guam, erupts in flames in an explosion. The South China Morning Post wrote that the island in the simulation has more than a passing resemblance of the U.S. facility on the island of Guam. Reuters said the runway layout of the targeted base appears to be the main U.S. Air Force base on Guam. And here now is more news right here on The Link. And I've got more news right here on The Link. The cavalry is here. Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas confirming more medical help from off-island has arrived as GovGuam has signed off on a contract with California-based staffing solutions company New West. Posadas says although they couldn't get any doctors, much-needed nurses are already on island and ready to put on their scrubs and get to work.
A little over 15 ICU nurses. We've got some hemodialysis nurses, some telemetry nurses, and emergency room nurses. We also have 3 respiratory therapists from this staffing solutions. So they're here. The cavalry is here.
According to Posadas, New West is being paid an hourly rate of $145 for each nurse. The nurses are scheduled to be on island to assist with the coronavirus response for 8 to 13 weeks, but depending on surge stats, they could be here longer.
And depending that, we continue to see numbers of COVID positive in the community. And so, give or take 20% of those individuals in the community are going to probably end up needing hospital care. Hopefully not, that they can manage and isolate themselves and, and recover without having to be in the hospital. But, we had to be prepared and plan that they may end up needing to come into the hospital.
Posadas says the Department of Defense medical team on island to aid GMH in its COVID response will begin cycling out by the end of the month. Reporting for duty but ended up behind bars. A Department of Corrections officer busted for allegedly trying to bring in drugs into the Mangilao compound. According to court documents, 28-year-old Mike Alex Munya Gumatao was reporting for his shift just after 1 o'clock in the morning Saturday. When his bag was searched inside a lotion bottle, DOC Special Operations Team, or SORT, found a clear plastic baggie containing meth, 2 plastic hypodermic syringes, 3 plastic straws containing suspected marijuana, and a cell phone. Gumatao admitted bringing the lotion bottle into DOC, but denied he knew the contraband was inside. He faces multiple charges, including possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to deliver, promoting major prison contraband, and official misconduct. The Attorney General has petitioned the Supreme Court to hear Guam's case against the Navy for the cleanup of the old Orat dump. The AG argues that the military built and ran the former landfill after the war and should pay at least a share of the $160 million it costs to close it.
What was once a valley in Ordot is now a mountain of sanitized garbage that included harmful waste that the federal EPA sued GovGuam to cover and clean up. AG Levin Camacho says DOD has been using that as an excuse not to help pay for the costs.
It was a consent decree that we entered into under the Clean Water Act. And the court said, well, when you entered into the Clean Water Act consent, you were waiving, or your time to file a lawsuit under another law, CERCLA, started to run.
CERCLA, also known as the Superfund Act, was a set of environmental laws passed in the 70s that forced the cleanup across the country of toxic dump sites like Ordot. He says it's only right that the Navy shares in the cost.
They didn't line it. They dumped chemicals in there for decades. And, it's going to be a little bit difficult to figure out, where their pollution stops and where the government of Guam may have started. But I think just based on the chemicals that they found there, it's not like your Roundup that you're buying from Home Depot. It's pretty toxic stuff.
The case has been making its way through the federal court system for several years now, and Camacho says there's been division within the districts over the case, which is why he's hopeful the high court will take it and decide once and for all if the Navy is responsible and how much it should pay.
If we survive this, there'll be an evidentiary hearing where we would figure out what their contribution would be based on when they ran the dump and when it was turned over to the government of Guam. But as of right now, they haven't contributed a penny.
The AG says he expects they'll hear from the Supreme Court by early next year. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
For more news and views, stay right here to The Link. The Department of Corrections, in the meantime, has issued a press release stating that it has launched an internal affairs investigation into the arrest of two, not one, but two corrections officers. Again, Friday evening on September 18th, DOC Special Operations Response Team conducted an administrative search on all officers that were reporting for duty. During the search, one officer who has been employed with DOC for 5 years was found in possession of tobacco products and was booked and released. And the other officer who we just reported about, he's been employed with the department for 8 months and was found with controlled substance and was booked and confined. Both officers have been placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. DOC, according to the press release, will continue to ensure that every effort is taken to stop the introduction of contraband into its facilities. In national news, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg became an unlikely pop culture icon in her 80s. Vladimir Duthers shows how the justice became the notorious RBG.
It was beyond my wildest imagination that I would one day become the notorious RBG.
Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg embraced her pop culture icon status, along with her crown as the notorious RBG, a play on late rapper Notorious B.I.G.
They were both from Brooklyn, but it was also the case that they both used language to protest. And
Erin Carmone co-authored Notorious RBG. Ginsburg got the nickname in 2013 after the Supreme Court invalidated a key part of the Voting Rights Act, and she issued a fiery dissent.
I think people respond to the notion that somebody can have overcome all of this and then turned around, finally given a position on the highest court in the land, and using that power to speak out when things are wrong.
Ginsburg and her blistering dissents have inspired T-shirts, tattoos, a praying mantis dubbed Ilomantis Ginsburgi, and even a character on Saturday Night Live.
You've been Ginsburg!
But more importantly, she continues to inspire a younger generation. 12-year-old Michelle Threefoot was so influenced by Ginsburg that when her school had a superhero day nearly 4 years ago, she dressed up as RBG.
When I was 8 years old and I had a superhero day, I went as Batman. You decided to go as RBG. Why?
I was reading a book about her then, and I was really touched. I liked how she was like a little kid, she still fought for what was right, and she kept doing that until she got older.
Seeing a minority, a Jewish woman on the Supreme Court gave me a lot of confidence to do what I do with my student court.
High school senior Layla Fern King has been serving on her school's student court since the 7th grade.
I was the only girl there, and I think one of the few people of color on the court. She has so much strength. That gave me a lot of confidence to keep doing what I do.
Vladimir Jutip, CBS News, New York. CBS News, New York.
Guam Animals in Need is offering a $2,000 reward for the persons responsible for the death of a dog who was found in the water near Jeff's Pirate Cove in Epan Sunday. At around 3 p.m., a runner was along Route 4 when he noticed an object floating on the ocean-facing side of the bridge. When he looked closer, he realized it was a dog tied to a rock. The runner called 911 and the Guam Police Department responded. Veterinarians estimate the drowning occurred sometime between last Monday and Saturday based on photos taken. Anyone with information is urged to call GAIN at 653-4246 or Guam Crime Stoppers at 477-HELP. That's 477-4357. GAIN reminds the public that it is a felony to cruelly kill pets. And finally, the Department of Agriculture's Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources has been awarded almost $1 million in federal funds through the Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund grant program. The grant award will be used to develop an island-wide habitat conservation plan, or HCP, for Guam and provide for the development of a collaborative and comprehensive plan for conservation of endangered species and their habitats. This is a 3-year grant award and is the first of its kind for Guam and the Marianas Islands. And that is your news for now. Stay tuned for more right here on The Link.
Living through a pandemic.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Hafa Day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can spread by people who are not showing symptoms or are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread transmission, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when in public. Everyone must wear a cloth face covering when they leave home and have it visible at all times and put it on when others are nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking health care, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 and have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. lugar. Whoa, mención mai. Beautiful place, 6:45. It is. God, we're so blessed. I think if we just showed the Chinese one of our sunsets, they would probably not want to bomb us. Be like, oh, okay. Stand down.
And we've got, what, Valiant Shield going on right now?
Right, it's a flex. I mean, it's a flex.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, Valiant Shield, huh? Check this out.
I got my Valiant video.
Yeah, so can we play that again?
That's only like a portion. I didn't see the entire
That's just
video.
a snippet, right?
Yeah.
That's a trailer. The trailer.
The video is like 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
And that was a clip that I saw on one of the newscasts.
Right, and so if you guys are just joining us, the Chinese dropping a little video.
Just a little.
Just a little video. Just no biggie, just a little video depicting a simulation in which we're all blown to smithereens.
Honestly, I thought they did a supercut of some like well-known movies because the end kind of looks like they lifted like a clip from Pearl Harbor. I was just saying it looks like maybe they got like iMovie or something like that. And
Here we're playing it now, guys. If you want to see this.
So Weibo, Jason, that is like a Facebook in China or a Instagram? What is Weibo?
Oh, there goes the missile. There it goes. Ah!
Again, this is not actual news footage. This is apparently, according to reports, a produced video by the Chinese government, correct?
Right,
of a simulated attack.
So I'm reading one of the articles, and it's a 2-minute and 15-second video set to solemn, dramatic music like a trailer for a Hollywood movie. Shows H-6 bombers taking off from a desert base. The video is called "The God of War." H-6K goes on the attack.
Damn. They're going hard. The God of War?
Kratos is here.
Are we going to have a clapback video, though? Because we got Valiant Shield. This is where I feel like, and we talk about the military presence. I feel like they should be clapping back hard. Like, oh, yeah? Well, check out our video we dropped. And then have some eagles. Cacan. You know what I mean? Like, Uncle Sam, I thought you got our back, dude. You gonna let the Chinese clap at us like this? I mean, what? We got to get the guard involved? We got to get the surgeon cell when they come on and be like, what's you guys' message to China? Huh? China, chop boy. Yeah, boy. But not yet, because our THAAD, we have to work on our THAAD. You got to give the THAAD a tune-up. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad because this is a little bit of a distraction from the COVID. A little bit. I mean, it's a worse distraction. It's not like it's a good distraction. You know what I mean? But instead of worrying this morning, I mean, I'm still kind of on the COVID, but now I'm also like, dude, we could just, as if we weren't already in danger in a life and death situation on the razor's edge. Now they just add this to it, and it is what it is, though. I mean, it's not like China hasn't made it known that they got an issue with us here. They have a missile called the Guam Killer.
I mean, are they that upset that TikTok's being taken away from them? That's the mother of all butthurt moments, right there.
Right. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering, are we going to see the response from like the TAG is going to come? General Aggie is going to come out
Or the Marianas Fusion
Center.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get Chuck Esteves at Homeland and Civil Defense to kind of
Homeland. You're right. That's Aggie.
Yeah, so the Homeland and Civil Defense, that's Adjutant General Agagi, who's now over there doing double duties, and Chuck Esteves of Civil Defense, right? But I want to see the Admiral, dude. You know what I mean? They should, cut into our show. We now interrupt the link for this important announcement, and then this Admiral be like, China, we saw that video. What do we think about that? And then they get out all the fighter pilots and here's what we think about that. You're thinking rain.
I didn't, haven't had a chance to watch this video, but I noticed on Indo-Pacific Command's Facebook page, yesterday, they posted...
Indo-PACOM, you got to say it like the governor.
Okay.
The Indo-PACOM. I'm in with Indo-PACOM. I put the in Indo-PACOM. We're so close.
All right, so...
We're so close, they bulldoze our ancestors again. a great relationship. Oh, anyways, go.
No, it says as Admiral Phil Davidson talks about the all-domain defense of Guam during a Missile Defense Advocacy Alliance virtual roundtable on Indo-Pacific challenges driving missile defense solutions.
Damn, you got to say that, Bree. You got to say that, driving missile defense solutions. What does that even mean?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet. It just posted on Indo-Paycom's Facebook page.
Well, we're talking about this, and we're trying to give some context, and tell people, just please don't stress out any more than you already are, as you said, Chris, and Bree's doing the research. You know who's probably watching this video frame by frame and pixel
the Chinese?
by pixel? No, the Marianas Regional Fusion Center. Our friends over there. Those guys are top notch on our island. They are staying on top of this, and I'm sure they've turned this thing 900 ways.
So you don't think the Chinese are watching us right now? They probably Google best morning show in Guam that's multimedia, and then the link pops up.
Yeah, and then they get your thumbnail,
and then where they see we're watching the video. They got to. God, they're like the ultimate big brother of the world. Like they don't have eyes on us, Bree.
Yeah.
I don't know, but so anyway, Indo-Paycom's Facebook page, they said that they're doing things with missile defense, basically.
Right. So. Admiral Phil Davidson discussed the urgent need for a missile defense system in Guam during a Missile Defense Advocacy Alliance virtual roundtable on Indo-Pacific challenges driving missile defense solutions. So I'll send this over to Nestor.
Yeah, they're not smoking weed, guys. It's not that kind of Indo. Sorry.
This is a new terminology, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a Valiant Shield exercise. Chamarita Regis writes, Valiant Shield simulator. Debbie Davis eloquently puts screw China.
Ooh.
Bautista, Christina, we have the F-15s. We have Luta writing in here. How about the governor use her superpowers to fight China back with their video?
Moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty crazy. Oh, good morning, by the way. It's 6:52. So I'm pretty sure we'll find out more about that and ask more about that coming up here on the link, the Breeze 93.9. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room, shall we? Where congratulations are in order for newly married newlyweds who are
the power couple.
The power
right?
couple.
That's for real, the power couple.
And they're right now powering their way through a 14-day quarantine. So let's bring on, we have Kyle Uggan and his lovely wife, Miyu. Where's the wife, Kyle? Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, there.
Hey. Good morning.
Congratulations. All right. You guys got to feel the love a little more because we could die at any second from a Chinese H-6K God of War missile. So feeling the love. YOLO, guys. YOLO. This is a YOLO day, guys. But no gatherings. So congrats.
You live once by yourself.
Right, yeah. Congratulations. And we'll just start at the beginning. So you guys tied the knot and you went on your honeymoon. Give us a story. Where'd you guys end up going?
Yeah, so we just got married. When were we married?
Oh, man.
Already forgot?
Damn, Kyle.
A couple months ago. And then, we planned a trip to New York. We planned a trip to New York, I think, in the beginning of the year. And we were debating on going, if not. So before we went out, we wanted to see if we were going to be quarantined on New York side. But they said the quarantine wasn't mandatory. It was recommended. But it's crazy. The recommendation was find a place to stay and make sure you exercise. Like, that was the recommendation. It wasn't like a mandatory lockdown at a government establishment or anything. It was just pay for your own place to be locked down and then make sure you're working out throughout those whole 14 days.
Wow.
But yeah, we decided to go out there and then we were able to just go straight through. They didn't have any questions, nothing. They didn't ask if we came from like any hot states or hot territories. It was just, we went straight through. We went to our hotel, then we're able to just go around and view New York.
Well, yeah, New York, it's like it was, or a hot spot for COVID. What was it like when you got there? Where, New York, you're usually you usually see it's like a hustle and bustle type of city. What was it like when you were there? Were there a lot of people out on the streets, or was it kind of like slow?
Man, for this, I don't know, for this island boy, I was able to appreciate the city life, you know. But I know she's been to New York. But you've been to?
Yeah, 4-5 times and less people, but still we saw tourists and people still trying to run the business.
Yeah, so I think they were only doing like outside dining, or nothing was you can't dine in or you can't order inside. Everything was just like outside dining. So it was pretty cool to see how they got like kind of creative with all the businesses. Everything was all outside. They had their own little setup, like outside tents and outside tables, and even like the fine dining spots. Like they were inside, like the hotel lobbies are right outside the hotel by the street. So it was pretty cool. Parks are pretty much open. They had like we went to this one park, like McCarran Park or McCartan Park.
Washington. Oh no.
Yeah, that one park. And they had like CrossFit classes outside. They had like kickboxing classes. Just a bunch of people exercising. I think they said the difference, or what they did to like flatten the curve, was they had a long lockdown, and then they like slowly started implementing things to open up. And right now, I don't think they're doing any like, everything is like, it's just outside dining. Nothing is inside.
And people are wearing masks and
Yeah,
practicing
people
social
were wearing
distancing.
masks. They had a few people that weren't, but for the most part, they were somewhat practicing social distancing. They had their mask on, so that was pretty cool to see.
And when did you guys get
But
home?
it was almost like it was like fully operational in a sense, where everyone was just out and just walking around, and New York was New York. There was a bunch of businesses closed for sure, but it was still a sight to see.
And so when did you guys get back? And you already knew when you were going to return that you had to do the 14-day quarantine, mandatory quarantine?
Yeah, we knew that the quarantine was about, but I was assuming that the lockdown was going to be over by the time we came back in. You know how they said it was supposed to be extended till, what was it, last week, Friday?
Yeah.
So I was thinking that the lockdown was going to be released, or they would have lifted some restrictions. But we were prepared for it when we came back.
Did you guys have to sign any forms when you came in?
Yeah, they had to sign a bunch of forms to come in and quarantine.
How does it feel to still be in
It was like,
quarantine?
either you-
Guys, we're still in quarantine today, but then, and you know, reading different media reports about people who are getting out via these court cases. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, man, I don't disagree with the governor or the government's decision to put us in mandatory lockdown. The only reason is, we got to do our part for sure to stay home and do other things. So we took that chance leaving, in regards to the severe lockdown. But, and, out there, in New York, they were running like almost like they're completely normal. And if these guys are able to do it, I think there's, I'm in no position to say anything or have anything to say on how to run, the government, but there's so many things, especially if I was in her position, like there's people that are dying, and and you have the choice to whether you either lock the place down and put these people in mandatory quarantine to try and save a life, or let it open and try and risk the chance of spreading the virus, so I kind of don't want to comment on,
right,
like
tough call.
should I lock these people down or let them open?
Right.
So you don't feel like you're in jail?
Yeah, we're trying to make, it does kind of feel that way, but we're trying to make the best of our time here. We got a bunch of people dropping us stuff. We have our little home gym here.
Wow.
I'm on second round.
I've been seeing the videos that you guys have been posting of your wrestling.
Yeah,
Too
just
cute.
trying.
So you guys made your own little like.
Exercise as much as we can.
You guys made like a little ring in the room, right?
Yeah,
A
for
little
reals.
spike to
Yeah,
gun.
like kettlebells here.
Yeah.
We're kind of boxing each other. She's trying to knock me out during the day.
It's really,
It's
really
intense.
good.
Yeah.
Get a release of stress.
Taking out that pressure, huh? She's
Yeah.
like, I'm tired of being in this quarantine. Punch her face a couple times, I feel better.
Sometimes I got a reminder that we're married, you know.
That's domestics already,
But
guys?
yeah, we're lucky that we have each other.
Right,
That's
right.
why it feels
Yeah,
better.
I know. Like Roki and the other guys, they only had themselves. You know, us, at least we got training partners.
Right.
just not try to kill each other.
So let me ask you that with Roki. I mean, he got released, right? He got a lawyer. He lawyered up. He went to court. He got released. He didn't say, "Hey, Kyle, what's up? You want to jump on this lawsuit and get you out of here?"
No, we actually saw him. We actually saw him outside the window. But yeah, he was hitting us up and letting us know what to do in regards to the quarantine or getting released early. But you know, I think the difference between him and us was he actually took the test prior to coming in.
Wow.
And we didn't, so we just came straight through.
Right. So no COVID test for you guys.
Yeah, none. But we do, man, we are hoping to get out if you know, hopefully this week if they release the lockdown. But as of right now, you know, we're planning to be here for the remainder of the time.
10 more days?
About 10 more days.
Wow.
Which is a long time.
What's it been like with you guys as families and friends? You mentioned that people are dropping you guys stuff. Anybody you want to shout out or thank? And what are some of the things that they dropped to you that you just really were excited to get?
Well, I think the first things that we really wanted was just like our laptops and our gym equipment, and just so we can get the body going, you know, keep the immune system strong. And then water, like we have this big thing on drinking, like alkaline water. So like every time someone drops us something, they make sure they drop us like essential water. And then, you know, our kids, you know, our parents are watching the kids.
Yeah.
So, you
Oh,
know,
but
we're
our
thankful for that.
dog.
And then we have a dog at home too. He's super sad. He's kind of losing weight. He
He's
doesn't want to eat.
That doesn't have any issue. He's a mental.
So I want to ask, why New York? Why did you guys plan on going to New York for your honeymoon? You guys were there for 9/11, right?
I've never been there.
Mhm.
And you know, we stay on an island, so I didn't think about let's go to another island and see beautiful beaches. And so it's like let's try something like a city life, you know, and see how it is. And then also because, you know, they're going through this whole pandemic as well, and they were able to get through it and flatten out the curve pretty quick. So we just wanted to see how they're doing it, and then how other businesses are running. That way we can probably implement something on our side, at least for Coffee Slut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with coffee, craft beer.
Yeah,
art.
it was pretty cool.
What did you make of when you went out there and you saw these businesses getting creative with how they were allowed to operate, and then kind of applying that to Guam? Because we have seen some businesses offer services they didn't offer before, and just trying to get those few dollars during this lockdown. So you said,
Ours the biggest thing was the outside dining, or everything was all outside. So, you know, I would think, you know, if they were to open stuff back up, I know right now it's just curbside, but if they can implement like dining, everything would just be outside. And then we gotta, you know, adapt with the times, and you know, this is the new norm now, so we gotta figure out ways and get creative on how we're gonna start running our businesses. So
use more outside space, and nighttime is really pretty.
And then the nighttime's so pretty. They have like so much like you know, the hanging lights, you know, outside little tents, and it's crazy how everyone got like their own style of their little setup for outside.
Right.
But yeah, if we can implement that here in Guam, that would be super cool.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you guys coming on to the show. It's good to see you both, and know that you guys are doing fine. So
also good to hear a different perspective than what
Right.
we've been hearing. You know, I mean, the quarantine conversations we've been having is, I mean, and sadly, there's been a lot of people who are in different situations from you guys, right? Where people who are coming here to bury their loved ones. So it's a little different. But then also, I think it's refreshing to hear your perspective on quarantine and your thoughts about being there. Where are you guys at again?
We're at Dusit.
Dusit, okay.
But yeah, so, yeah, man, it's crazy. We have kids too for sure at home, and you know that we haven't been with them for a couple of days, but it's either stress out on like not being with the kids or make the best of what you got right now, you know. So right now that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to keep ourselves busy throughout this whole time. I'm kind of working from home or working from government establishment, or how you say it, but it's pretty cool, man. We're trying to make the best of it.
Right on.
We got coffee, we have our workout equipment, we have our water, we have each other, so
Yoga in the morning.
we do yoga almost every day, so it's pretty cool.
I gotta ask though, were you guys scared to travel? Because Guam to New York, that's a long flight. Were y'all scared at all?
Yeah, for sure, but we try to stay safe the whole time, man. Like just whatever the recommendations from the medical experts were, you know, it's wear your mask, sanitize after every transaction. You know, just make sure we're trying to keep our social distance. But you know, hopefully we haven't got tested yet, but hopefully we're clean, you know. So I think on the 10th day we can get tested before we head out. But yeah, we were pretty scared for the most part, but we were out there, we're on our honeymoon, so we just wanted to make the best of it.
There you go. I like that you didn't let COVID take that from you guys.
That's right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. You and Kyle, we had a comment here. Just use this time to make babies. So it is what it is. Maybe in between sparring sessions.
He was like, what was that? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't know what.
Wait, they have to give us a kiss, man.
Right on.
Yeah, we want to see a kiss. Kiss. Oh, yeah, we weren't playing.
Yeah, they weren't.
No.
Oh,
yay!
Yep. Kiss those collies. Thank you, guys.
Or a rear naked choke.
Yeah. Hey, we're going off, and this is a family show, okay?
It's training. It's just training.
It's training, guys. A little chokey choke in the morning.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you guys.
All right,
be
take
safe.
care.
Okay, Esther, thank you. 7:06. It's Tuesday, 22nd of September. We're about to throw it over to Jason Solis, who's going to conduct this next great interview with a bunch of people from public health. Give you more info about what's coming up here with our Guam COVID Alert app download-a-thon.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
It's Tuesday morning. Jason Salas here, and we are very proud, pleased, and privileged to bring in some friends of ours to talk about a big event we have coming up this weekend to get you and your family and the entire island, all one familia, one Guam, and we are going to fight COVID-19. We have Vince Munoz, who is with a PathGen developer, a good friend of mine. I've known Vince for a very long time, going back to his time running computer systems down at the court. So, Vince, very, very happy to have a fellow geek here. We need more of us.
Thank you.
And, of course, our friend Janella Carrera. She is the Public Information Officer over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Good morning, Janella. And that is a lovely swing, I must say, in the background.
Thank you. Good morning.
That is very nice. And of course, we saved the very lovely Monica Guzman for last, because Monica, I'm offering you, if you would accept it, I'm offering you, because my Nana, God rest her soul and everything, I would have to amen Auntie Monica. So I'm giving you virtual amen right now. So good morning, Monica. Good to see you.
Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Bree, everybody. Half a day.
I can just hear my Nana's voice right now. She's like, boy, make sure you amen Auntie Monica like a good boy.
Thank you.
And I'm 46. Yeah. So what we are talking about today is an event that we've got coming up on Saturday, you guys. So we are doing the Downloadathon. Monica and Vince, I want to start with the two of you, because this is something we kind of put together, and KUM was, we jumped at the opportunity to help out and help get the word out and allay any concerns about that people might have about running the app. So maybe Vince, we'll start with you first and everything like that. Where are we right now with download numbers? Because when last we spoke, you guys had just passed the 10,000 mark after 5 days, right?
Yeah, right now we're at 12,393.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, obviously we want more, but yeah, considering this is grassroots right now.
And I know, Monica, I believe that the goal that has been publicly stated is for the app to be effective. And, I keep saying this over and over and over. And I mean, I've typed it so many times in WhatsApp to my friends that, I should probably just copy and paste. But this app becomes more and more valuable with the added numbers of people that actually run it. It's, there is strength in numbers, truly. So I believe what you guys have said is we're going for maybe 2/3 of the island to run it for it to be really optimally effective.
That's correct, Jason. The gold standard is 60% adoption rate, and no country or jurisdiction has even made it past 38%. So, at 12,000, we're right at the 17% mark. So we're very happy and pleased with that outcome so far. But like Vince said earlier, we're doing a grassroots approach. We're appealing to everyone to go ahead and download the app, because the more people that have the Guam COVID Alert app, the more successful it will be in exposure notification. Mm-hmm. And how the app works is very simple. You download it on your phone, and it's on the Google app. It's on the Apple Store or on Google Play. And then the specifics, I'd like to turn that over to our in-house geek, Vince Munoz, to talk about the specifics of the download and other issues that might prevent people from downloading. Vince?
Yeah, for the most part, you do have to have an iOS device or an Android phone for a particular version. And, you do have to have your Bluetooth enabled when you do download it. And there is an exposure notification that's embedded in the operating system that you also have to enable. But when you download the app, it walks you right through and allows you to enable it right there. Mm-hmm. But it's really simple. It just runs. The interesting thing,
it's a background service, basically.
People would download it, and you have to open it to run it, and that's something we didn't think about. So that's something we also kind of have to educate the community on.
Okay, now I am gonna be, we're talking geek to geek here, right? And so some of the feedback that I know I've been seeing on our comment stream is people are saying, I'm concerned that it might take up a ton of drive space on my phone, or the data consumption that it might accrue is gonna let me have like a $400 bill with Docomo or GTA at the end of the month, or it's going to kill my battery. But to that last point, it's actually running Bluetooth LE, Bluetooth Low Energy, that specification of Bluetooth. So the footprint it actually makes on your phone, right, Vince, is very small.
It's very small.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
very
it's not going to kill your battery for running, and it is a background service, so basically it's set it and forget it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, it runs both in foreground, background, and terminated state. One of the reasons why digital contact trace developers had a problem, because only Google and Apple can do things where they run in that state. So, but still, even at that, it's an extremely small footprint.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely small footprint.
And the background service does automatically restart. It persists across device reboots, right? Because there are some people out there that are privacy fanatics, and they restart their phone 3-4 times a day.
Yeah, it won't matter.
Excellent.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Janella, getting geeky on a completely different dimension. What type of feedback are you seeing, from your side and your colleagues about what people have had to say, both maybe in praise of and concerns with the app after maybe like the first week and a half?
Sure. So, we're still getting concerns about privacy, of course, and that's understandable. So I still get some of that feedback. But, I'm also getting a lot of support. We're hearing, especially from the stakeholder community, a lot of our partners are asking us for more information, where they can get some support or toolkit support, like, for example, Letterhead. A lot of them are actually just taking the initiative to go and inform their members, their staff, how they can download and spreading the word on their own. We've received information or just general feedback of them letting us know that they're telling their employees to download the app. And it's just so refreshing to know that they're taking the initiatives. Sometimes we hear about it from third parties, not telling us directly, but that they've just done it on their own. Mm-hmm. And it's so that we're hearing it from other people. And we encourage them to just continue to do that, whether or not they tell us directly.
Excellent. And in my experience, like as a software dork, right? It's when we produce apps like this, I mean, there's always a bunch of people who are immediately going to jump on board and say, yeah, I'm totally in. Whatever you need me to do, tell me where I need to go, and I'm going to run it. I'm going to tell my friends and family about it. I'm going to share it like crazy on social media. And then there's that group of people that say, okay, I could be in as long as you educate me effectively enough and just tell me why it's important that I run this. And Monica, this is why we kind of put the downloadathon together this Saturday from 6:30 to 8:30. It's going to be on our Facebook channel right here. We're also going to put it on YouTube, and it's going to be on KUM TV. So Monica, if you would, maybe talk about the agenda for that evening and some of the activities that we'll be providing the community to tell people why it's important that they do this.
Well, thank you, Jason. And yes, thank you to KUAM and PBS for their support in hosting this downloadathon. And it's Saturday, September 26th at 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. And, the things that we are going to address during the downloadathon is, of course, what you referred to, some of the technical issues. We're also going to have some educational issues so that people will learn more about the app. And then we'll have firsthand interviews from people that have been affected. We'll have personal testimonies. And then, of course, we'll hear from the frontliners and we'll hear from our medical community. But in addition to that, we're also going to have some entertainment, which we're lining up right now. And I just like at this point to thank the great and awesome team at the Guam Visitors Bureau who's assisted us in putting this together. They have just been tremendous because they understand that a healthy Guam will mean a healthy economy. And so one of the things that we want to do with this app is to inform and let everybody know that, you know, having the app is about empowerment. And it's one way that you as an individual can help to contain the virus, you know, and fight the war, fight this battle that we're having with COVID. And you know, it's exposure notification, but it's our individual way of being a COVID warrior. And the app is just a tool in assisting our manual tracers and our healthcare community so that we can go back to normal. You know, we're hoping that will happen soon. And this COVID alert is just one way we can help our community and our healthcare folks to, you know, help contain the virus.
Exactly.
But yes, Saturday, 6:30 to 8:30 on PBS and KUAM. And we're going to have some fun entertainment and some people to come in and talk about the app, talk about their experiences, and then I think we're also going to have some prizes to give away.
And of course, you know, it wouldn't be a Guam event if we didn't have music and we didn't have prizes, because we take care of our people, and that is the whole point of this. You know, you're giving us a weapon that we can use through our phone to combat COVID in our community. So, and if my math is correct, if we're going for that, you know, 60 to 66% penetration on the island, we're looking at about maybe 75,000 installs on the island. And I don't think that's unachievable at all. That's a very doable number. It's going to take a lot of education. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of, you know, fine folks like you, you know, constantly, you know, ringing the bell about this. But Vince, one thing that I've gotten from some of the feedback, again, that we've gotten from our social channels is that people are saying, okay, do you want one person per household to run this app and that will be sufficient? Or, you know, if I'm mom, dad, and 3 kids, should every single person run the app for maximum exposure? And then maybe secondary to that, is there an age requirement? Because I know some of the pushback that I've also seen is some people are like, okay, I'm wondering if my young child can also run this app, because, you know, there's a whole thing about, you know, at what age kids should run different online services.
Yeah, you know, the simulation study that we were looking at, it's primarily the age of 16 and above. And everyone should run it, anyone who can run it. You know, because this is, you know, it's like Monica said, this is really the way that individuals can help to stop the spread of the COVID virus, which is really interesting, you know, because everyone's participation is going to make the difference between the spread going higher or lower. And it's unusual. How many times do we have something where everybody has to play a part? Everybody has, but you know, it's empowering. It's empowering. And it is really like a form of quarantine management, you know? It's trying to say, hey, who needs to consider staying at home and who needs to be tested? You know, when you're at an infectious rate that we are at, you know, something has to be done as the numbers go down to say, hey, we don't need to go back to that state, you know?
And if people out there, if you truly love Guam as much as we know you do, and you want to get in the fight and you want to make a positive contribution to our community, you know, it's as simple as just taking 20 seconds, going to your app store, installing the app, and you make a huge contribution to helping this thing.
Yeah, you know, this was all done by volunteers, you know. There are over 2,000 volunteers. You know, the person who works with me, Shante Benitez, led the testing, the beta testing, with people who she'd feed it to Europe, and the Europeans would feed to the US just to have a 24-hour cycle. And Shante, she had maybe 20 volunteers on Guam, 20 to 30 from the university, all volunteering to beta tests. So Guam really made a major contribution to the development of this app.
Excellent.
But
and it does give you a sense of, you know, like you said, you know, empowerment, and you're part of a community when you run this app. So, you know, the moment you install it, you become part of the fight and you're doing your part. So kudos to all of you. Okay, Janella, I do want to ask, because since we got you on the line, there was a new guidance document that was issued, very, very much relevant to your agency, about new quarantine policies and everything. I know Sabrina's here and she wants to kind of like go over that with you. So would you be able to tell us like maybe what some of the changes between previous documents and this new one are?
Sure. But before I get to that, I just wanted to add a comment on the issue about minors on the app. If I could just address that real quick.
Sure.
from a personal perspective. So you know, I have two kids, two young kids who both have cell phones, and I'm not saying, you know, at least for me as a parent, and I'm not saying that this is how parents should handle, you know, with their minors if they have phones. But for me as a parent, both my kids have cell phones, and I had them install the app. Now, you know, that's because they will have the ability to get tests done, COVID-19 tests done, and should they test positive, they will have the ability to enter that positive test. So at least for me, you know, I will, even if they're minors, I will be able to monitor that. So I encourage, even for parents who do have cell phones for their kids, to download the app. And that's just me again, for perspective. But sorry, you were saying about the new guidance memo, the DPHSS guidance memo that just dropped last night.
Yeah, if you could just, hi everybody, if you could just provide just some clarification and what the difference is from the previous guidance to this new guidance, because I noticed somewhere in the 12-page document there was talks about this 5-day testing. Is that new or is that different?
5-day testing. Well,
pre-arrival.
What I can tell you about the so the 5-day testing pre-arrival, we've actually we've had that in previous guidance memos. But what I can tell you about the major difference in this guidance is that for the section about unaccompanied minors, that was the major change. Okay. So all unaccompanied minors traveling or arriving in Guam will be able to proceed to home quarantine, provided that there is a parent legal guardian or somebody who's an adult to meet them at the airport and bring them to home quarantine form, acknowledging that they're taking them to home quarantine and supervising them and ensuring that they follow the guidelines for home quarantine. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the major updates in this new quarantine policy.
Was that in response to
the other
Janela
major
Cruz?
update?
Was that in response to the Janela Cruz lawsuit?
That is one of the requirements that the judge had ordered, that we make that update in our guidance. Mm-hmm. So yes, that is one of the updates that we had to make, is for unaccompanied minors, that they go to home quarantine. Mm-hmm. So that was one of the changes that we made. Another one of the changes that was made was in minors who are traveling with, or dependents and spouses who are traveling with a critical service worker or a healthcare not a critical healthcare, but an emergency essential healthcare worker. So if you're a spouse or a dependent of one of the two, and you have a negative test result before your arrival, then you can follow the critical service worker or essential healthcare provider to either home quarantine, to home quarantine or their rental lodging. Mm-hmm. So that was another one of the major changes in the travel guidance that was issued last night.
What about, there's something here about costs associated with quarantine and or treatment for persons who are subject to quarantine upon entry into Guam. Is that new? And if you could explain that?
So the cost for quarantine has always been borne by the government of Guam. I don't believe there are any changes to that. One of the other things too, if I might add, for this travel guidance is that we're also letting quarantine passengers know of their right to legal counsel should they refuse to sign the initial voluntary requirement, the initial voluntary quarantine. If they refuse to sign voluntary quarantine, then we notify them of involuntary quarantine and provide them with Article 6, and also notify them that they have the right to legal counsel. So that's also in the new quarantine protocol.
And all of this, I guess, all these additional guidances and clarifications, it's all as a result of these petitions and lawsuits that have been filed in court? Is that
not necessarily all of it? Some of it were things that we had intended to update as well. But for example, the unaccompanied minor portion was something that we did have to, excuse me, we did have to make changes on as a result of the court case. But there were some changes in there that we did need to, we were intending to make, and it just, you know, it so happened the timing of it because of the court cases.
Mm-hmm. And just for clarification, all incoming travelers are still subject to the 14-day mandatory quarantine in a government facility. There's no option for home quarantine if you test negative.
That's correct. But I do want to add that, you know, public health, together with the Governor's Office of Physicians Advisory Group, we are looking at, you know, ways that we can use technology like the Guam COVID Alert app, Sarah Alert, ways that we can use that so that we can manage quarantine to the point where it may no longer have to be the full 14 days. Maybe we can use, shorten it to a shorter time frame with, of course, a negative test result, and use the Guam COVID Alert app and the Sarah Alert to do symptom monitoring, quarantine management, contact tracing. So we are looking at ways to use technology to shorten quarantine, managed quarantine. And you know, of course, nobody wants quarantine. But you know, this is all, the purpose of it is all in the benefit of the public health. But again, and as the judge had pointed out, and we appreciate that she recognizes the benefit of quarantine, and that the 14-day quarantine at this time is within, you know, the legal authority of the governor.
All right. Thanks, Janella.
Oh, can I just ask Janella about the UMATIC community mass testing? Is there any word on when the rescheduled date will be?
You know, we are looking at the possibility, and I, you know, I don't want to say anything ahead of time, but we are looking at the possibility of maybe this, but that's not for sure. So you know, but once we do determine a new date, we will make that announcement. But we are working with the UMATIC Mayor's Office. But again, we don't have a set date yet. Hopefully we'll have something for you by today. But we are looking at the possibility of this weekend.
Okay, I wanted to get back to the app real quick. And Vince, there's a really, really good comment here I wanted to share with you. It's from Bev Tess J. Salas, because of course everyone named Salas asks the best questions, right? and Bev and Tess and Jay are saying, I actually, and it's not necessarily scathing criticism, but they're saying, I believe the app won't work if people just can't stay home and do what they're supposed to do. But in a sense, the app is built specifically for situations like right now when we're supposed to be staying home or having very minimal moving around. And then when things begin to get back to normal, because we're not saying, you know, as soon as we get out of PCOR 1, uninstall the app and then everything is good from there. What the app does as far as the features is allows you and other people, should you test positive, to register yourself, and then it informs other people who are running the app if they should come within proximity of those people, right? So can you kind of describe like the main features of the app and why this is effective for situations like that?
Yeah, that's exactly why you want this app to run, because if once our numbers go down and we start releasing people back into the economy, the question is, how do we sustain that? And, you know, when a contact tracer, let's say someone tests positive and they interview that person, they're going to identify everyone they've been in contact with, but there's a lot of people that they may not be able to identify. So contact tracers aren't able to notify them to stay at home. This is what the app does. The app then goes out there and notifies anybody who's been in contact with that person who's running the app through these anonymous keys. So you don't know who the person is. So it then allows them to say, okay, I'm the person that should stay home. And you can imagine, you know, when we're out and working in the economy, we want to be able to keep the numbers down. It's going to continue to spread. It'll just revert back to like what you're seeing in some of the other countries, like what's happening in Europe, where they're getting a second wave. And we can avoid that, you know. So we're kind of fortunate we're hitting it right now at this time, at this period. But I think once we do that, we have a way of maintaining and being able to say who needs to be quarantined. But once again, what's important is that we do need to have a reasonable adoption rate.
Mm-hmm. We've had so many comments about people saying, like, we know public health's contact tracing team is short-staffed and they've got a lot of work to do. This is a direct way, by providing data to them, that you can absolutely help them out and help ease their workload and make their work like so much easier. So again, please make sure to check out the app. We've actually shared it in our comment stream. Vince, maybe just if you can vocalize the link, just for people watching this right now that actually want to check it out, because there may be people watching on TV that want to check the app out.
Yeah, if you go onto your browser and type Guam COVID alert.guam.gov, I wish we could have posted that. We didn't think about that.
Oh, I got it in the comments.
If you go there, yeah, right at the front, you're going to see two places that you can hit the link, or many places you'll see a QR code. And if you just take your camera and flash that QR code, or if you're in an Android, enable your QR code scanning and just scan that, it'll take you right to either the Apple Store or the Google Play Station to download.
Mm-hmm. And then you can go back to doing Instagram, everybody. It takes 20 seconds and you'll help the island. It's good. It's really good for one and all. And then you can go back to your life. So I want to end this interview the way we started out. Monica, I've saved you for last. So if you can maybe give another push about what we're doing on Saturday, let people know when, and just how positive and how much of a good thing this is going to be for all of us as one Guam community.
Yes, thank you, Jason. But on Saturday, September 26th, from 6:30 to 8:30 will be the download-a-thon, and it's a push for our community to download the Guam COVID Alert app. And we'll start out with educational interviews. We'll have some people talking about the app, of course, geek to geek, like hoping you, Jason, and Vince will get into another conversation about the technical aspects of it. We'll have some entertainment from some of Guam's best entertainers, and then we'll also have some personal interviews. We've lined up some folks that will be able to tell their story, how the disease has affected their lives and their families. And then we'll also hear from our frontliners, our medical professionals and our healthcare folks, and what they see, and an appeal from them, because this is a tool that will augment our manual tracers, and also, our culture is all about Inafa Malik and taking care of each other. And
Absolutely.
This tool, this app is one way we can take care of our manumku, because although they might not have the smartphones and have the ability to download app, you can, so that in the event you are exposed, then you'll be able to know that, hey, I shouldn't go see Nana today, and I should stay home and take care of my kids, because we do have a very high vulnerable population, and so we got to protect them. And this is how we can kind of combining technology and our cultural practices so that we can continue to take care of our families, our manumku, and our community. But Saturday, 6:30 to 8:30 on KUAM and PBS, and it's also going to be live streamed on KUAM Facebook, right, Jason?
Absolutely, yes. We cannot wait to get started, because we want to do our part to help everybody get in the fight, and that's what it's all about. So Monica Guzman, Janela Carrera, and Vince Munoz, three friends who are doing their part to help Guam battle coronavirus. Thank each and every one of you for joining us on this Tuesday morning. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Sidus Maasi.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's 7:39. We'll take a short break and come back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can spread by people who are not showing symptoms or are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread transmission, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when in public. Everyone must wear a cloth face covering when they leave home and have it visible at all times and put it on when others are nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking health care, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 and have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
0094, Breeze 93.9 FM.
All right, we are back on the link on this Tuesday morning. We're giving you a look outside our Harmon studio right now because weather is kind of typical island fare, Bree, for this time of year where, like we here in Harmon at the Calvo Commercial Complex, really, really good weather, and it could be 2 minutes later, right across the street, it costs you less, completely raining down. So we got an idea, and we want to have you guys do something with us. Help us figure out where the weather is, and we've got people joining us internationally from all over the world. So what we'd like you guys to do, right? Super, super simple. Report in the comment section with weather in it could be your neighborhood, your village, your city, your state, your country, whatever. Just indicate where you are in the world and then use emoji to tell us, is it raining? Are the leaves turning? Is it super sunny outside? Is it just dusk or whatever? We want to see, we're crowdsourcing this. We want to see what the weather is like in your neck of the woods. So you can see from us that shot right now. That's our guy Joe Sir going outside and getting a beautiful shot of us here in Harmon. It's a little cold, I would say. Yeah, I mean, even outside, it's a little, it's a little overcast. So that's what we got going on in Guam. I'm going to put our emoji and everything, but let us know, once again, you can scale it however you want. You can put your, your neighborhood, your court, your village. Yeah. But look at that. It's a gorgeous day outside, considering. Yeah. And what did our guy Landon Idlit with the NWS say like yesterday? Expect some scattered showers throughout the week. I mean, yesterday it really came down. So again, let us know where you are in the world in the comments, and then use emoji. You can use as many emoji as you want or as few as you want, but let us know. Is it sunny, rainy, whatever? We just want to know what the weather is where you guys are.
Thanks, Jay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Priscilla says, good morning, Chris and Sabrina and Jason, and then uses the butterfly. So I'll take the butterfly too. That's
the
cool.
butterfly weather, yeah. That means you're going to get visitors.
That's true.
Good morning. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E, and also the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Come on and thrive with us. A big shout out to DJ Joser on camera 2 with the outside shot, giving you a little bit of vitamin D and some sunlight, scattered sunlight. That's how they should do the weather.
We're already getting some emojis saying in sunny Southern California, it is sunny. And our prayers are with all you guys, those of you guys in California who are dealing with the wildfires, all the way up to Oregon. I know some people that are going to the university up in Eugene. Really, really scary time. So our thoughts are with you guys. And Sinahanya Guam has got the cloud emoji and the sun.
Right on. Like they say, if you don't like the weather on Guam, wait a minute. It'll change. 7:49, Bree.
Yes. You wanting to go into news?
I did want to go into news here to take us to the top of the hour at 7:49 with a look at the day's headlines from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Hafa, good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. Guam recorded its 35th COVID-related fatality, according to the Joint Information Center. The death occurring at GRMC just before 10 p.m. on Sunday. The patient was a 56-year-old man with underlying health conditions that were compounded by the coronavirus. He was pronounced dead upon arrival at GRMC. He was swabbed and tested positive for COVID when he arrived. 30 new positive cases were reported out of the latest 396 samples that were ran at various labs. This brings Guam's COVID case count to 2,147. 607 people are actively fighting the virus, while more than 1,500 people have recovered. Meantime, over the weekend, the Guam Department of Education confirmed that 2 additional employees from Agata Johnston Middle School and Liguan Elementary tested positive for COVID-19. Both cases were identified through contact tracing. Public Health has issued another guidance to clarify related to the plethora of executive orders issued by the governor related to quarantine of arriving passengers to Guam. A press release issued late last night by the Joint Information Center states, therefore, as part of Guam's ongoing effort to contain the spread of COVID-19, all persons entering Guam by air or sea shall be subject to a 14-day quarantine at a Government of Guam quarantine facility or approved personal residence or rental lodging. Individuals permitted to quarantine at their personal residence or rental lodging must meet criteria such as you must be tested for COVID-19 and receive a negative test result collected within 5 days of arrival to the territory. Public Health will accept 2 types of diagnostic tests which detect the virus: molecular tests or antigen tests. The release goes on to state that in coordination with the airport, transiting passengers may be asked to remain in a designated section of the airport while awaiting connecting flights less than 13 hours from landing to departure. Transiting passengers awaiting connecting flights over 13 hours will be quarantined at a Gov Guam facility until they are transported back to the airport and then a transit off Guam. All persons are required to fill out a health declaration form upon arrival to Guam. Those who are subject to quarantine restrictions are requested to voluntarily comply with the Gov Guam quarantine requirements and indicate their willingness by signing a voluntary quarantine acknowledgement form. Persons who choose not to sign or do not agree to voluntarily comply with quarantine will be subject to involuntary quarantine and issued a directive for temporary quarantine. Individuals involuntarily quarantined will also be issued a copy of 10 GCA Chapter 9, Article 6, and definitions, and notified of their right to legal representation. And earlier we had Public Health spokesperson Janella Carrera on our show, who did clarify that the 14-day mandatory quarantine for all arriving passengers is still in effect. Stars and Stripes reports that a promotional video the Chinese Air Force released on Saturday appears to depict a simulated strike on Guam. The 2-minute clip was posted on the Chinese Air Force Weibo social media account with inspirational music showing a Chinese H-6K long-range bomber soaring over rural China to the Pacific Ocean. According to Stars and Stripes, it shows a pilot pressing a button. A missile speeds toward what appears to be a military base, which reportedly appears to be Guam, erupts in flames in an explosion. The South China Morning Post wrote that the island in the simulation, quote, has more than a passing resemblance to the U.S. facility on the island of Guam. Reuters said the runway layout of the targeted base appeared, quote, to be the main U.S. Air Force base on Guam. And here's more news on The Link. And I've got more news right here on The Link. The cavalry is here. Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas confirming more medical help from off-island has arrived as Gov Guam has signed off on a contract with California-based staffing solutions company New West. Posadas says although they couldn't get any doctors, much-needed nurses are already on island and ready to put on their scrubs and get to work.
A little over 15 ICU nurses. We've got some hemodialysis nurses, some telemetry nurses, and emergency room nurses. We also have 3 respiratory therapists from this staffing solutions. So they're here. The cavalry is here.
According to Posadas, New West is being paid an hourly rate of $145 for each nurse. The nurses are scheduled to be on island to assist with the coronavirus response for 8 to 13 weeks, but depending on surge stats, they could be here longer.
And depending that, we continue to see numbers of COVID positive in the community, And so, give or take 20% of those individuals in the community are going to probably end up needing hospital care. Hopefully not, that they can manage and isolate themselves and recover without having to be in the hospital. But, we had to be prepared and plan that they may end up needing to come into the hospital.
Posada says the Department of Defense medical team on island to aid GMH in its COVID response will begin cycling out by the end of the month. Reporting for duty but ended up behind bars. A Department of Corrections officer busted for allegedly trying to bring in drugs into the Mangilao compound. According to court documents, 28-year-old Mike Alex Munya Gumatao was reporting for his shift just after 1 o'clock in the morning Saturday. When his bag was searched inside a lotion bottle, DOC Special Operations Team, or SORT, found a clear plastic baggie containing meth, 2 plastic hypodermic syringes, 3 plastic straws containing suspected marijuana, and a cell phone. Gumatao admitted bringing the lotion bottle into DOC, but denied he knew the contraband was inside. He faces multiple charges, including possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to deliver, promoting major prison contraband, and official misconduct. The Attorney General has petitioned the Supreme Court to hear Guam's case against the Navy for the cleanup of the old Orat dump. The AG argues that the military built and ran the former landfill after the war and should pay at least a share of the $160 million it costs to close it.
What was once a valley in Ordot is now a mountain of sanitized garbage that included harmful waste that the federal EPA sued GovGuam to cover and clean up. AG Levin Camacho says DOD has been using that as an excuse not to help pay for the costs.
It was a consent decree that we entered into under the Clean Water Act, and the court said, well, when you entered into the Clean Water Act consent, you were waiving, or your time to file a lawsuit under another law, CERCLA, started to run.
CERCLA, also known as the Superfund Act, was a set of environmental laws passed in the 70s that forced the cleanup across the country of toxic dump sites like Ordot. He says it's only right that the Navy shares in the cost.
They didn't line it. They dumped chemicals in there for decades. And, it's going to be a little bit difficult to figure out, where their pollution stops and where the government of Guam may have started. But I think just based on the chemicals that they found there, it's not like your Roundup that you're buying from Home Depot. It's pretty toxic stuff.
The case has been making its way through the federal court system for several years now, and Camacho says there's been division within the districts over the case, which is why he's hopeful the high court will take it and decide once and for all if the Navy is responsible and how much it should pay.
If we survive this, there'll be an evidentiary hearing where we would figure out what their contribution would be based on when they ran the dump and when it was turned over to the government of Guam. But as of right now, they haven't contributed a penny.
The AG says he expects they'll hear from the Supreme Court by early next year. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
For more news and views, stay right here to The Link. Guam Animals in Need is offering a $2,000 reward for the person or persons responsible for the death of a dog who was found in the waters near Jeff's Pirates Cove in Ipan Sunday afternoon. At around 3 p.m., a runner was on Route 4 when he noticed an object floating on the ocean facing side of the bridge. When he looked closer, he realized it was a dog that was tied to a rock. The runner called 911 and GPD responded. Veterinarians estimate the drowning occurred sometime between last Monday and Saturday based on the photos that were taken. Anyone with information is urged to call GAIN at 653-4246 or Guam Crime Stoppers at 477-HELP. That is 477-4357. GAIN reminds the public that it is a felony to cruelly kill pets. And finally, the Department of Agriculture's Division of Aquatic and Wildlife Resources has been awarded almost $1 million in federal funds through the Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund Grant Program. The grant award will be used to develop an island-wide habitat conservation plan, or HCP, for Guam and provide for the development of a collaborative and comprehensive plan for conservation of endangered species and their habitats. This is a 3-year grant award and is the first of its kind for Guam and the Mariana Islands. And that is your news for now.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Again, it's 8 o'clock. We're KUAM FM in Agatnia, Guam. Goodbye. To our KUM TV viewers, and good morning to everyone else jumping over on our KUM News Facebook Live feed. Of course, the old-fashioned way where it all started here on the Breeze, 93.9. It's 8 a.m. coming up. We have Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. But we wanted to bring, he's a spokesman for the Physicians Advisory Group, as they are 30 minutes away from a big meeting. In fact, we're supposed to get the guard surgeon cell on this morning, but we got an urgent text from Dr. Felix Cabrera that said very urgently that there were urgent matters afoot. And they had to attend to those urgent matters. So there's probably a lot of stuff going on. And we got our man on the inside, Dr. Hoa Wen here. Doc, they don't know you're zooming in right now, so we're good. I know that they're all in a big meeting at Adeloop, so you can go ahead and give us all the juice. We bring you on here. Good morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina. Anyway, there's a lot of confusion. The travel guideline, I know it's catch a lot of publicity right now, but
Yeah.
And we're going to have a meeting tonight with public health and everyone involved in decision making, and make sure we come out with a new guideline. Hopefully, we push to be implemented this week. Okay, so again, there's a lot of confusion. I read the JIC this morning. I read the order from public health, and there seems to be a lot of confusion in there. So we're gonna try to make it very simple and straight, and make sure everyone answers the question answer. Like I said, we really want to push it to change it this week. So hopefully the governor will bless it, and something official come out probably by the end of this week for everyone to follow. Wow. And our thought, get people home early, rather than 14 days. There's a science and an art on it, and I know I sent Chris a little reading about Hawaii and how they approach that thing, their proposal is, and it's just a science. So we're gonna follow the science, okay, and send people home early with some testing out date. It most likely, we really like to push the pack, like to push it this week. So again, we want to meet with Director of Public Health, get everyone on board the same page, so that way there's not much confusion out there for people to read.
So when you took a look at that Joint Information Center press release that was issued late last night, and the new amended guidance from Public Health, are you saying you were confused?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure either, but I say the people that have negative PCR 5 days prior to arrival, that's negative can go straight home. And to me, we're not up to that stage yet. So I think that's something that I'm not sure I read it correctly, but it's not discussed within the PAC on that type of move yet. So I'm not quite sure how to answer that one, but we have to somehow put it that public health and the PAC on the same page.
Right. And you're right, Doc. I did read that part about the 5-day, test, whether it's a molecular or an antigen test, and it's required 5 days before arriving to Guam. And it did sound as though that you could get this test and then be able to home quarantine. But when we asked the spokesperson for public health, she said that it's still mandatory for the 14-day quarantine at the government quarantine facilities. So, yeah, I would really appreciate if you could get some kind of clarification and in the PAG stress that it has to be in just simple terms. What exactly is the protocols? And every time they change it, it just seems like they're just pouring on all these different codes and Executive Order 1458, all these different things that nobody really understands, and nobody really has the time to go and look up all these different executive orders and compare what's different, what's new, when all you really need to do is just tell us straight up, like, what do we need to do if we come to Guam? Can we home quarantine? Can't we home quarantine?
Yeah.
Do we need to pay for it?
It's really a failure on the comms. Whoever's doing the communications, you got to break this stuff down. Don't just skeet out a Bible-sized freaking executive order and then expect people to decipher it in minutes to tell people what has changed. I mean, it's simple. You just put out a new executive order. Here's what's different.
Yeah.
But guys, well, our goal is to get people home early. Okay, and again, I think when I read about the blog is that the reason some people fight about it, they really there's some data out there, some study out there, there's some guideline out there, there's some science out there, but the problem is we try to implement something and not explain to people of why we do that. And a long time ago, I sent Chris a curve. That's what we base it on, and that curve is everyone in the world follow that curve right now. When to test and the reason to test, and surprisingly, we're 6-7 months into this pandemic, and a lot of people never know that curve exists and the reason why we make decision. But somehow we need to get that simple graph to come out so people know why we make decisions. So I think all of it is part of education to the public to know what the reason why we do that. A lot of people say, why do we test negative? And why can we go home because we're negative already before we arrive? And they know that curve. I think they will understand why the government doing it. So I think part of it is a fair education. The public, educate the public on why we make certain decisions. So we have to go back and look at that thing. But again, we're going to meet tonight, and hopefully there's a lot of positive change to come in. And again, we're going to meet to see if I'm pretty sure that a lot of business will come open, hopefully during the PICO 1, so that way our economy can go forward. But
Hold up.
Hold on.
All right, wait.
Okay. I know you just tried to slip that in there. Hopefully a lot of businesses will open up so our economy will go forward. You can't just say that and then move on, Doc. What do you know? Come on.
Yeah, but right now is that the main thing I want to do is just to get it this morning and the guideline for travel guidelines. Okay? And we've tried to figure you guys out by Wednesday or Thursday of what's going on regarding certain things that we try to change. So be patient, okay, until we get there. Okay, so just so the guideline right now.
Doc, just between, as friends.
It's not me.
I know it's not your call.
Right.
But we're seeing, okay, the numbers were, they're lower. Hospitalizations, I mean, part of it's because people are dying, they're lower. But I see the writing on the wall, and I feel the immense pressure on the governor to kind of entertain all these valid concerns about opening more businesses during the PCOR 1. So that's a conversation that was supposed to happen last week. However, I know that you guys had other, public health issues on your table at the PAC, but that's the discussion this week, correct? Is what can we open by the end of the week?
Yes, that's you're correct. And I say, well, I wouldn't like I say, it had to be the home physician advisory group to give comment on what business are open or not, and then we recommend that to governor, and she will approve or not approve. So that's the process to be. And everyone want to open. I want to open. So I think that we are in a position now that. GMH have decreased in the census. They have some critical care nurse coming in. I think they have like 38 of them from the state are here. So it's a very encouraging that we move in the right direction. So as long as we feel like the hospital can handle the pandemic, we are ready to move forward. Again, they make a lot of change at GMH. They have some help from people from FEMA, nursing staff from the state. So we are in a more comfortable position now to move forward. So it's time to talk about other things.
Right.
Okay, but just hang on to the travel guideline. We really will sit with public health on the same table tonight, and we come out something that will make a lot of sense. Again, is just want to say thank you for all the people that in the quarantine. Especially, I forgot who this morning that you got interviewed, but thank you for understanding why they aren't. So it's just you hear on a different thought on the different people, and I really appreciate that that's on the virus in the community.
Right. You're
So,
talking about our interview with Kyle Logan, and really a different perspective in that he had said they don't view it as a prison cell. So I thought that was a little refreshing. Doc, we have Janella Carrero of Public Health. Did you want to jump on with her, or you got to go?
I gotta go see patients. So thank you guys for giving a few minutes, and we talk to you guys later on. Okay.
Right.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Did you say that? Are you anticipating us to stay into PCOR 1 with modifications for more businesses to open? Is that kind of what we're looking at?
Right now I don't know. No, I didn't say that. So,
no, but I mean that's something that you guys are maybe recommending.
We will meet Sabrina with the pack at 5:00 tonight. And we will make our recommendation. Okay, so again, I don't want to talk for the packs, and I haven't listened to their own opinion yet. So I will wait until we have a chance to meet tonight. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, just send over the link.
Yeah, the Zoom link. Sorry about my friend Sabrina asking the tough questions.
That wasn't even a tough question.
Thank you, Doc. You too, Doc. Okay. Yeah, tell your patients I said hi. Okay. Janella, we have Lieutenant Governor. He's right behind you in the KUAM News Zoom room where we sanitize our Zoom room immediately after every guest. So, Janella, if you don't mind, lift your arms up because our little sanitizing duendes are going around spraying everything. All right, they're good. And we're back. Janella, you texted me you wanted to jump on and offer a little more clarity on the new quarantine protocols, if you could.
Yeah. So when we had talked about the pre-arrival, the 5-day pre-arrival test, that's for people that are exempt? Or just clarify.
Right, so I was kind of listening to you earlier there. So the key word here is individuals permitted to quarantine. So I just wanted to offer some clarity on that part there. These are friends who've already been given exemptions. So the scenario here would likely be those who have been granted some kind of exemption, for example, critical service workers, essential healthcare providers, those who have been granted some kind of emergency hardship request. And those are actually defined in this guidance. That's what this section is describing, that if you've already been granted some kind of, or if you've been permitted to quarantine at home, then you would need to have had a negative test result within 5 days of your arrival. So I just wanted to offer that clarity. I know that you're talking about it with Dr. Nguyen, and there may be some confusion, and you're not the only person who's brought this up. Just want to offer that clarity.
Okay. And again, just so everybody is clear, if you are coming into Guam, this 14-day quarantine at a government of Guam quarantine facility is still in place. If you're not granted,
sorry, could you repeat that question? Am I
for
slow?
Everybody and anybody that is arriving into Guam will still be subject to the mandatory government of Guam, the quarantine in the government of Guam quarantine facility. That still applies.
Right. So that still applies. Of course, unless you're applying for an exemption request and you're granted approval.
Okay. I got it now. Unless, I'm sorry. What?
Okay.
Hold on, Janella. Chris has something.
We just had a comment. Just Percy writes in, I have a question. If a returning resident from Guam gets quarantined, who pays for hotel accommodations? And in what circumstance do people in quarantine pay, I guess is a better question.
So, as I had mentioned earlier, the government, for the most part, has been paying for the quarantine of passengers. There has been, I believe there have been situations in which, in previous instances, certain airline or crew members may have been paying for their quarantines, but I'd have to double check on that. But for the most part, arriving, especially returning residents, and that's borne by the government of Guam.
Okay. So nobody can come into Guam and home quarantine, even if they have a negative test. It's straight to the government of Guam quarantine facility for 14 days.
Right. Okay. With the exception, of course, if you've been approval, for example, critical service worker, right, or essential healthcare provider.
Or essential farmer.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it's an inside joke.
Right. My goodness. Okay. Do you have any estimate, or maybe you can provide it to us later on just how much we've been paying for this for government of Guam, the government of Guam quarantine facility, and to have people in quarantine?
Yeah, I don't have that estimate. I probably would defer to Guam and security.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, Janella, we're going to go because we got Lieutenant Governor right behind you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for jumping back on. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, okay, wash your hands. 8:18. We'll just go right into the KUM News Zoom room with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Good morning, LT.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Okay. Are we going to ask about the quarantine or no? Because I feel like
I think Janella covered it.
The more confused I get.
No. Yeah. Now I understand.
All right.
So,
well, LT, thanks for joining us, man. I know you had some big high-level meetings yesterday. So, what can you unpack for us?
Well, I guess you already had Dr. Wynn on. I would say the biggest level meeting is trying to continue to see how we evolve in this situation. And I think Sabrina was asking Dr. Wynn, who's consulting with the PAG tonight, or meeting with the PAG tonight, to find out what their recommendations about whether or not we're going to increase the kind of business openings, even if we remain in Peak Core 1. And I would say that is a possibility. It is, the business community has submitted a proposal that they've been reviewing. They're discussing tonight, and the governor's asked the physicians group for also revised metric on positivity rates, admissions in the hospital, things like that, to try and get us to lean forward in a posture to allow additional activities on the business side for consumers. So I would say that the next few days, that is the top priority, is looking at the recommendations and seeing what things we need to amend as we end this week, or at least this week, and the closure that was extended last week until this week. That's the top priority.
LT, so are you anticipating that we will extend the PCOR 1 but allow for, I mean, that's kind of what you said, but I'm just wondering about the PCOR status. Are we looking to extend PCOR 1 and then kind of look at what we can open and how? Or are we going to PCOR 2?
That's a big possibility. Both are possibilities right now, and they're going to be driven by all of the metric that we approve for this next phase. I think, the conversation the last few days is really, this is, we're basically in a containment mode. Earlier, a few months ago, we looked on a good path to really limit everything. But in this case, with more than 2,100 infections and all 35 deaths, it really is an evolving situation. But I would say that I would think that there's going to be additional progress at the end of this week on additional things that are going to be allowed and the different additional business activity. That's what it's tracking.
Yeah,
Unless we get crazy tests or situation over the next few days, I would think that would be tracked.
You said the buzzwords: hospitalizations, positivity rates. So are we looking to change the triggers, those 4 triggers that were set way back when, that kind of guides us on how we move from the different P-core levels? Is that what we're going to be doing, or?
That's certainly under review. And then I think an additional factor that's come in has to do with the additional capacity for GMH to care for the patients, care for the COVID patients. And that includes the additional nurses that have come on island that were in orientation yesterday and that are scheduled to be deployed today through all the wards. That's going to be a good relief. And the nurses that came in, as I understand, are well experienced in this COVID crisis. Many of them were deployed, they're private sector nurses. Many of them were assigned to New York and Florida during their surges. So they bring a lot of aid, and it's good stability, I think, for the hospital situation going on right now.
Right, and for our viewers and listeners who aren't aware, the Lieutenant Governor is referring to the staffing solutions company that's contracted with the Guam Memorial Hospital, New West.
So when you guys had Brian, the Assistant Secretary for Emergency Response, I believe, from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, when he came with the military nurses and the doctor. And so they have opened a pathway for us to connect with additional capacity. The GMH had a nursing contract, as I understand, for several years, but that provider wasn't able to support GMH to the extent that we needed it. And so we've been able to make that connection with HHS and FEMA facilitating that for us. So it's been good. They arrived, and I would just say we're grateful that reinforcement has come in.
Right, and so the DoD team, the medical team, they leave on the 30th, and so the ones from New West are here currently for 8 to 13 weeks, correct? 8 to 13 weeks.
Right.
So what about?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, looking long term, though, are we just going to continue to renew this contract with New West?
Well, yeah, I think it'll be based on that, and that's coupled with our ability to attract and retain nurses on the island and those that are willing to work in critical care environment. There's some nurses that's not their expertise, or they have other jobs. We just have a long-standing nursing shortage, but at least right now, that is something that we will rely on with goals, of course, of trying to address the long-term need of the island. But certainly, yeah, that is something that is reliable for us.
Is there anything else you can tell us about how we're going to be sharing these nurses, or even just the GMH nurses with GRMC?
So, they've been decompressing the hospital, and I believe that non-COVID patients that require telemetry are some of the patients that have been identified to go over there. I think what might happen is, so there's nursing that, and they share resources based on what their needs are. And then I know GRMC also has a contract, and they have traveling nurses also. So I think that, as I understand it, there's a regular governance meeting. The nursing administrators for the hospitals are in tandem, and on a weekly basis, I hear there is a meeting of all hospital administrators, including Navy, just to try and track what the capacity is across the board so that we're able to respond to whatever happens.
I wanted to switch subjects real quickly because we played this video earlier in our show, and it was I don't know if you saw it, about this video that was released by the Chinese Air Force on their Weibo social media account, and everybody is talking about it looks like a simulated strike against Guam.
What have you heard?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
I got the video sent to me, and I guess on one side, obviously very concerned, and it kind of reinforces the reality that we find ourselves in, where there's this big global competition between the U.S. and China, and because we're such a strategic location, with the ability for the U.S. to respond to what happens, we surface yet again as a target. Just and I guess for people that are the group that survived the war, our wartime occupation, it certainly is unsettling. But I think that it's also as a result of the exercises that are going on. When somebody is in your region and they're showing a show of force, you kind of respond and show your show of force, almost like a village rivalry, but in a global context. So it's concerning, but it also for us it means that we need to just make sure that we have the clear communication, and that we reemphasize the need for assets to be here to protect us. But it is sobering, and it is a stark reality of the situation brewing, especially under this administration in the U.S., this competition with China.
Right. I mean, LT, what's the plan though in the event of like a China missile strike? Is there do you go to a bunker, or how does that work?
I never went through that kind of training, but my plan is I'm going to be on my phone with my loved ones and follow instructions.
Right.
Yeah, Zoom.
Right.
But hope for the best. It kind of re-emphasizes why we need that to permanize perhaps the THAAD missile defense system here. And then if you're reading some of the reports, the admiral in charge of Indo-PACOM in Hawaii has asked the Congress to spend over $1.5 billion in missile defense for Guam and also for the rest of the Pacific. So it's kind of like it reminds me of when I was going to elementary school, Chris. I don't know if you might be younger than me, I think, or you maybe, but do you remember? It's kind of when I was going to CL Taitano, third grade, we used to have these exercises.
Duck and cover.
And it was at the time against the Soviet Union. And it kind of seems ridiculous now because they would tell us you have to go under your desk. This is a fallout shelter. And it was kind of scary. But when you think about it, I'm thinking to myself, well, how would we, be protected? And I don't wish for our community and for our kids to be living in a situation like that, where they're living in fear. And they felt that a few years ago when the North Koreans were making the very public threat to us. I remember I was at the court and we used to have drills. I don't want to be in that life. I certainly don't, but we just have to be very conscious about it and be practical about what's happening around us. And in this security situation, things have escalated in this part of the world. And unfortunately, part of it is, the competition and the political rhetoric, I think, coming out of the feds.
LT, we were supposed to have Dr. Mike Cruz, the state surgeon cell, and other members of the surgeon cell on the show, but they had to pull out because of some urgent meeting. Do you know anything about this urgent meeting? Is something going on that the public should be aware of?
I guess I'll find out soon. It might be just a planning and coordination meeting. I know that I have no idea. I could only speculate. They're the leads in communicating with FEMA, for example, the military leaders. I have no idea, but I'll certainly ask the question in a few minutes when we get to see them, or if they're not present, I guess we'll find out why. But no, I'm not aware of it, but I would just assume that they have a priority thing that they need to get done, and they'll get back to you.
Okay. Gosh, I was going to ask you something and I completely. Oh,
Well,
homeless.
can I just a couple things from me? I'm having island-wide beautification task force meeting this afternoon, and I just wanted to. That's going to be streaming. A couple things that we'll be presenting. Number one, we'll be getting a kind of a briefing and a status report on the Zero Waste Initiative that is being led in part out of EPA, Guam EPA, and Bureau of Planning. And then I'll also have Parks and Rec and Public Works on, and they'll be giving us an update on some of the repair projects to the bathrooms, but we'll also be talking about some of the projects that we're going to be repairing with some federal funds that we received. I mentioned this a few months ago, maybe. I think so on this show, but we'll be able to kind of discuss that. So that's going to be happening today at 2. And then tomorrow, we're also having a signing of our G3 Global Action Framework. And what it is really it's an adoption of our document or our guideline for our, and what our goal is to try and have a 10-year tracking plan to sort out and coordinate and sometimes just to record all the different initiatives going down the road to try and address all of the different sustainability goals that we've adopted. So those are the two things that are non-COVID that are I just wanted to let you know about, and for those people that are involved in different things, to invite them to participate. Of course, we'll have our homeless update on Thursday, our meeting, and I'll just tell you that right now they're continuing to be making progress on identifying long-term placements for, I think there's about 11 patients, both at GMH and GRMC, that are unable to be discharged because they don't have places. And those are the things that we're looking at as we go forward.
Oh, good.
I was going to say, what about that that you were mentioning a Tamuning facility the last time we spoke? Was there any?
Yeah. I'm hopeful by Thursday we'll get more clarity, but one, I'll just tell you that one of them, the price is just unsustainable, based on what they're providing. And the other, and some places have pulled out, not really wanting this target population. So that's the struggle that we're going on. We're trying to come up with an alternative, and I have a meeting later today with Catholic Social Services to kind of regroup and see what we can do to push for further accommodations, and whether or not, I think the key is making sure that the accommodations we get are accommodations that that based on the outreach, these homeless unsheltered folks are willing to go outside of the village. Those are the different factors, not wanting to sign up or get something that is not desirable. For just a quick example, there was some space in Gigo we talked about. Nobody wanted to go up there because it was remote. They want to be able to walk to get their conveniences. Those are the complications we're trying to deal with.
LT, as we talk about, this conversation, reopening, what types of businesses we can reopen by the weekend is what we're hearing, how we can reopen them. How do we juggle that with also, because it's kind of I don't want to use the word cave, right? But there's so much pressure on the administration to kind of fold in some additional openings of businesses. So how do we have that conversation, but at the same time, still impress upon the people of Guam that the pandemic and COVID-19 is still so serious? Because it's not, and I totally get it that, we can and we're able to open businesses in certain ways. But when that's part of the conversation, I think in some people's mind, it's like, oh, it must be fine if we're just going to open everything up. So if you could maybe talk about how serious, are we still serious on the COVID?
It's very serious. And I think the other thing we're battling with is there's really just fatigue. People are restless. They're tired of living in this state. They're very social. And people are still socially gathering. I've been hearing reports. The police have been, I think the last week, they had to counsel more than 300 individuals that were congregating or attempting to congregate in parks. So it is serious. And I think part of it is there's a portion of the community that thinks that it's not going to affect them. They don't have any comorbidities, so they're not going to be affected. But they don't realize that they could be the key to infecting others. And I have to tell you, I have, I hear about people in the hospital from their relatives, right? I don't really see there's patient protection, there's privacy, but when you hear about people that unknowingly introduced it into their home, their parent got hospitalized, or even worse, died. It is serious. And so we only have 165,000 people, and 2,100 of us have tested positive. 35 of us have died. It's serious. And you'll see in the data that, the other challenging part are the asymptomatic people in the younger age bracket that never had symptoms. And so I'm hopeful that they realize that just because they didn't have symptoms doesn't mean that the other people that they care about, they work with, they love, are not going to be susceptible to it. You just don't know. So we are in a serious situation, but we do have to try and address that and try and figure out a way for people to address the mental health of the folks. And, I just wanted to make a comment about quarantine, because I know you've been talking about it, and there are a lot of people that are in quarantine. I have some relatives that are in quarantine, and some of them I understand are not responding as well to being in such a confined space. But part of that is also to, we took a firmer posture in quarantine when we had this outbreak. And I would just say that the other agenda of the physicians advisory group is to take a look, and they've already been assigned to work with public health to figure out how quarantine further evolves, meaning what measures are going to be in place to try and ease the suffering in the quarantine, while at the same time making sure that we have adequate ability to contain the spread and to respond to the spread. And I'll just again point out that this outbreak that we had occurred because people who unknowingly tested positive while they were here but were infected in the States spread it amongst their family and friends and so on. And so that's the reality. However, that being said, that doesn't mean that we can't continue to improve or evolve the situation that people are dealing with. It is not a good situation, and believe you me, when you mandate people to go into a place and be away from from their homes and from their families, it's a serious thing, and we take it seriously. But I would just say that we can't be in that posture forever. It's not sustainable. And so that's where the balance comes in, and making sure that we balance that with the data and our capacity. And I would just say that securing the additional nursing staff is a significant event for us in being able to respond to the folks that have been infected and all the other sick folks that are on the island.
Lieutenant Governor, I wanted to follow up on just a couple of things. When we had you on last week, you had came on just right after the interview that we had with the Guria Executive Director, Ray Tapastia, and this Raise Not Raise that he received. Then we interviewed the public auditor, BJ Cruz. Then we got a press release from Adelu, showing their support for Tapastia. And then we got BJ, and I got to tell you, his comments were pretty scathing. He said, "I'm sorry that the governor has allowed herself to be dragged into this controversy. Having served as president of $1 billion bank, she knows better and should be the one schooling me on how to read financial audits and compliance reports." He added, rather than commending the board and supporting the executive director, she should be calling them all in and demanding that they address these deficiencies before HUD does what US DOE did to GDOE and force GovGuam to shoulder the costs of paying for a third-party custodian.
Ouch! Gotta put aloe vera on that burn.
Yeah.
Don't forget that I have worked for him, so I have received lashings like that myself. Maybe not like that, and not to that extent, but yeah, yikes is my response.
That's your response.
I'll just say that. I'll say this. I'm waiting to see what the compliance audit findings are. And compliance audits are meant to give us to state issues so that we're on a path to get them resolved. As an example, there are 2 compliance issues that public health has had for several years that myself, based on the compliance audit, I'm one of the antagonizers trying to address. Those are the situation with fraud and abuse in SNAP and in Medicaid. And so, I guess what I'm looking for is understanding what the compliance issues are, and then the agencies have to submit a action plan. But I'll tell you this, I spent some time interviewing and speaking with HUD officials back in October and November. Certainly time has passed because of this pandemic, and they did have rave reviews for the progress that's been made. GURA is certainly not a perfect agency. And as you know, in the last recent years, it's gone through its share of issues. I mean, they were raided, for Christ's sakes, a few years ago by the FBI. So I think that they find themselves in a stronger place. They're not a perfect organization, but the compliance audit, I'll take a look and see what they need to do. I think what the biggest irritating thing that BJ has had with that agency is that the audit was delayed. And it delayed the release of the rest of the audit. And I know that he was upset about it and also wanting to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I had we had at least for a few weeks weekly check-in meetings where GURA was explaining to them and to the auditor the progress and explaining to us what's going on. So I'll just say everybody wants to get it done. Sometimes there's going to be a collision course out there, and but it's I would say that I don't think that if they should not be in a path to any receivership as long as they're upfront with how they're going to resolve any deficiencies that they have. And their board chair, Sabino Flores, who is an engineer, Frank Ishizaki's on that board. There are a lot of good people on that board that are volunteering and at this point, I would expect and I'm confident that they'll be able to resolve all those issues.
All right. And I guess my final question was about the budget override. Senators overrode it, and then we had the speaker who said that she did not vote to support the override of the budget bill because she had learned of the furlough of employees at the Department of Public Health. And so can you tell us, is that really going to happen? Are we really going to see furloughs at DPHSS?
Or was it a scare tactic?
I think that, a couple things. We would do everything in our power and for that not to happen. But as an example, the budget of public health was cut $5 million from the general fund and $3 million from special funds. I know it's a reality because we have less revenues, but I think the speaker has identified real cash. One of the good things about getting the audit done was we were able to identify real cash in fund balances that in the Healthy Futures Fund. And I think that's the funding that she has identified to try and help public health in this situation. There is a serious situation there. I've been in some meetings with public health where they're talking about the impact that the budget will have. And I'm hopeful that in the next month, or next couple months at the latest, we have some, the legislature can take a look at that proposal, make user discretion, and then try and aid public health. And then on our side, the other job for us is to make sure that public health utilizes all of the federal funds that they've been given and that are complying with all the programs that they're supposed to provide as a result of receiving those funds. Public health has had a longstanding history of struggling to try and catch up on lots of delayed financial transactions. And in the last couple of weeks, we've been pushing a lot of administrative help for them to also catch up and make sure they do the best job they can. Last thing I want to say, though, is I've learned, I had suspected, but I had but I have learned that there are a tremendous amount of talented people at public health. And in the classified service, people that are dedicated to really trying to do a good job. And I'm looking forward to working with them and making sure that we stabilize them so that the employees don't have to worry about that. I don't want them to worry about that. I want them to just focus on the best job they can, but also make sure that they're doing the job that we're promising, not only the people, but based on the money that we're getting.
I also want to ask, because I believe when I read that statement and press release from Adelup, there was also indications about a reduction in hours at a place that you used to work at and used to be in charge of, the Judiciary of Guam. Can you?
Yeah, so, the Chief Justice did let us know that that's going to be the impact. And of course, he also, I'm sure, is trying to make sure they do everything they can to avoid it. But right now, that's what they have predicted based on the budgetary on their budget. And now the court administration is going to have to figure out what they can do and try and also predict what will happen. You're going to have to make decisions about whether or not or to what extent you fill your vacancies. When you have senior people that are leaving that are higher wage earners than the lower ones, you just have to sharpen your pencils. But that is certainly something that he has suggested to us, or at least informed us that that's going to be what they're tracking for now.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
guys.
You sure, Bree?
Yeah.
I'll see you guys next week.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, LT.
Thanks,
Thank you
LT.
for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate
Stay
it.
safe.
Right on.
Thank you.
All right. You sure you were done there, Bree?
Sorry. Yeah, I think so. I'm just going through my mind, but yeah, I think that was enough. I think
There's a lot
for today.
Yeah, I know. There's about 4 days worth of stories.
No, but that's what I like about the LT, man.
It's so easy, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Josh. Really, really appreciate it.
I mean, it's so hard, and we don't have a press conference anymore. I don't know why. Kind of glad, though. I was just getting tired of asking the governor questions, and it turns into a 30-minute ass chewing. But, Lieutenant Governor, it's so easy. Dude, you ask the question, you answer it. What else can we do after that? I mean, it's 8:47. We're going to take a real quick break and come back and talk about crystal meth at the Department of Corrections.
Lotion bottle.
Yep, lotion bottle. How much meth did they fit in this lotion bottle? We're going to get the details.
A cell phone in a lotion bottle.
What kind of lotion? This is like the Jason Solis size lotion bottle.
Let's go to break. Okay, we'll be back after this.
Good morning.
Make it through the week with Monday's Work Week.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can spread by people who are not showing symptoms or are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread transmission, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when in public. Everyone must wear a cloth face covering when they leave home and have it visible at all times and put it on when others are nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking health care, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 and have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, Sabrina, who sings this song in?
Oh no, here we go.
Mia Mia.
Please, shut up.
No, Pia Mia ain't singing anything anymore. It's Imani featuring Mixplate, Hagu. Hard to hit these notes without two clothespins. Good morning. It's 8:54, 637-0094. Let's go to the phones and do something that we haven't done in a while. Good morning. Maya, hello?
Hello.
Hi, you wanted to do what's called a birthday shout-out.
Yeah.
That's something I remember doing before the virus, BTV.
Well, I must be that lucky one.
Yeah, so whose birthday is it, man? Let's just take a pause here, guys, and wish someone a happy birthday.
I got two.
Oh, what?
Two. My party.
Who's your party?
Yeah, who's your party name?
Emmanuel. And Jared Gomez.
Happy birthday.
What village, sir? What village are they staying home in?
One stays in Barragata and one claims he's from Rizzo.
Claims. So where is he really from?
He's from Rizzo though, but he stays in Dedido now.
Oh, wow, transplant. Oh, crazy. Migrated north, right, for better opportunities?
Yeah.
All right. So
Okay.
I'm sorry, were you going to sing happy birthday to your parties or you just wanted to come on here and say what's up?
I just want to say what's up. I'm
All
not
right.
really a good singer, you know.
You could always rap it, you know?
No, I'm not a rapper.
Drop a beat, Chris.
Thank you, brother. Be safe. How are you doing in this COVID time? You all right?
I'm all right. How about you guys?
We're doing good. You sure you're doing okay, though? You need to talk to somebody. I'm here for you, man.
All right, cool. I'll call the station.
Okay, appreciate it. Be safe. Wash your hands.
Yes.
Take care.
That's that. Okay.
Okay.
Stay home. 8:56. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where he's standing by outside the barbed wire fences of the Department of Corrections, where they had yesterday a familiar story, though, Major. Good morning, Major. Are you muted?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us? Unmute. Right on. Good morning, Major.
Morning.
I know you weren't so happy to see my message yesterday because we had the mugshot that came out of one of, a couple of DLC's finest. Then I shot you the text. Hey, can you come on? You know, I try and play innocent, right? I'm like, hey, Major, what are you doing tomorrow? You got any time to just come on the show, man? It's been a while. Play some catch up. So we're playing catch up on a Magansett story. Can you just give us the info of this incident involving a couple of CEOs at the prison?
Yes, so the department's special operations response team Friday night, early Saturday morning, had an operation where they were going through everybody's personal bags and belongings as they reported for duty, including the pat downs. And in one of the bags was a bottle of lotion, probably maybe 16, 24-ounce bottle.
Can you show us, Major, how big with your hands? How big was this bottle of lotion?
Well, the lotion was a little bit bigger than a paper plate, because the bottle was placed on a paper plate, and it overlapped the paper plate, so it was a pretty big bottle. Again, probably a 24-ounce bottle.
What is he supplying an entire post? Or?
Is it pretty ashy? How ashy are the inmates up there, man?
No, I don't know. It was in his bag, and the officer opened it up, and he noticed something inside the lotion, and so they cut it open. They cut open the bottle, and inside was the contraband wrapped in medical tape. It was wrapped in medical tape, white medical tape.
Wow.
So it blended in with the lotion. You couldn't really see it that well, and then they found the other stuff inside the lotion, the syringes and the other items.
Damn.
That was outlined in the magistrate complaint.
Right. I know it's outlined in there, but Major, what can you tell us? How much? So it was a couple syringes.
Yeah. And then there was some, it was a baggie, right? A baggie. Can't remember if it was a meth or if it was the marijuana.
I think it was both.
The marijuana was in a
straw, right?
Straws, couple inch straws that were sealed off at both ends. So it was stuffed inside there.
It sounds like a
I don't
tweak.
know the weight. I don't know the weight and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
GPD took everything with them, so I don't know how much the weight of how much weight the product was.
How about the crystal meth, the ice? Was it a lot?
It looked like a pretty good deal. I mean, again, I don't have the weight available. I don't have any of the reports from the Guam police as far as the weight of the product, but it looked like a pretty lot. I mean,
Like a
pretty
like a
decent
sandwich bag or a
Like
was
if
it
they,
gallons,
if they
you know?
smoked it all, Major, how long would they be up for?
maybe
5
more,
years?
You know, those three small 3-inch bags or small baggie. It was a small baggie.
Okay.
Again, I'm not familiar with that type of product thing, so I couldn't really properly describe it. But it was a small bag. It was a small bag of what looked like crystal substance inside.
Right.
What about the cell phone? Was it like a smartphone?
Is that iPhone?
You know, again, the only report I saw so far is from what was in the magistrate. I haven't seen the other reports yet. They're still making their rounds. And I haven't seen GPD's report. So we're expected to get that later, probably in the week, get that from GPD to be used with our internal affairs investigation as we move forward.
Right. Yeah. So Major, so there was the one corrections officer who just started on the job. I'm trying to find this picture here.
There was a
Gumatauto. Right. Mike Alex Munya Gumatauto. He's only been on the job for what, a few months?
Yeah, he got hired in December of 2019.
Right. And then so was there, we had also read there was another CO who brought in tobacco. Was this at the same time as this Gumatauto kid? And then why wasn't that CO named?
Yes, there was during the bag inspection, there was another officer that reported in, and they went through his bags and found a couple cans of Copenhagen inside his bag.
You think there's any?
He was also arrested by GPD also, but GPD he was booked and released.
Oh, nice. What was his name? Did we get his name?
Chris, I'm not. I would love to give the name up, but I'm not at liberty as per the DOA rules just to come out and say their names. But on the Gumatauto guy, again, we didn't release the name. It was the court in the court documents that released it. But unfortunately, I can't. It's a personnel issue, and I cannot just release his name.
Really?
Not on myself, I can't.
Why don't you write it on a piece of paper and show it to us? I mean, I'm just thinking if we name this, I mean, okay, so we got to check what, GPD?
I just got to ask.
I didn't even, again, he did.
I mean,
He never entered DOC. The second officer never entered DOC's custody. He was GPD arrested him, took him down to the central precinct, booked and released him from there.
What about the Gumatauto? So
the Gumatauto was booked at central precinct and then brought down to the Ganya detention facility where he was confined.
And what was the timeline between the capturing of these two COs? Was it like one right after the other? I mean, do you think they were connected?
Yeah, they were not that far apart. I mean, the shift starts at midnight. So they were reporting in for duty, between 11:30 and midnight that night.
Right.
We have about 20 to 25 officers reporting for duty. So all of them were inspected, and those were the two that they found with something.
Are we concerned, though, that if, for example, the Gumatauto or the other protected and unnamed individual, that they might have brought in other things on previous occasions?
I mean, yes. I mean, that's always a possibility. History has shown us that usually when we catch them, it's not their first time.
Right.
They just got caught for it this time. So,
Can you confirm if the second officer who was not arrested, is he the brother of a Guam Police Department officer?
he has a family member in the Guam Police. Yes.
So what do you think? It was like connects kind of thing, or?
No, I don't think the brother was involved.
No, but you know how it is with GPD.
Sometimes
It's
the
like,
other
oh, I know
family
you
members
guy.
just
My brother's a cop. Oh, okay, shoot. Yeah, book and release.
Yeah, can you explain why the 5-year officer that's not being named by DOC, why he was a BNR and not a BNC? Was it just because it was tobacco products?
Like the decision to BNR is not DOC's decision. It was the police department decision. But yes, more likely because it was tobacco products and not any controlled substance, just tobacco products, which is a contraband in the prison, but not a contraband out in the public.
I see. But the fact that he was a DOC officer bringing in contraband.
Yeah, I want.
You would think that just is serious enough, and then on top of the fact that, let's face it, you've been on this show and you have said in the past that there has been contraband that has been coming into the Department of Corrections, and you guys don't even allow visitors. You don't allow packages for people to drop off, and so I mean, one can only assume that contraband is getting in from DOC employees. And I hate saying that, but I mean,
it is what it is, Bree. And we also see that another media has named that second
true.
officer, right? Major, I don't know if you saw that, but Christopher Santos is being named as the second officer.
Is he an officer at the Department of Corrections?
Chris Santos.
Yeah, that's the name the Guam Daily Post was able to obtain, and I cannot speak to it due to personnel issues, but believe me, I mean, I want to put these officers' names out there, straight out there in the media. I mean, it's not right what they did. It's not right at all. I mean, they put all our officers' lives in jeopardy when they do those things.
Yeah.
And I think we should publish their whole names right off the bat. I mean, put their picture there so everybody will know. But unfortunately, I have to follow the rules as far as personnel issues, or I myself could be in trouble. As far as the book and release, we don't make that decision.
Yeah.
We have no decision on who gets released and how that is handled. But when they do things like that, to me, I believe they should do jail time. I mean, that's it. They know what they're supposed to be doing, but as we can see with previous cases that's happened, probation is the only thing they get. So, I'm frustrated. Yes, we're all frustrated. This is not, we hire them to do a job. They have an oath. They take an oath to do their job. And then they put all our lives in jeopardy when they do these stupid stuff. And so it's frustrating. It's frustrating for our other officers. It's frustrating for management. And we train them, we tell them, we got rules and regulations, we stress it over and over. They see what we're doing. They've seen the indictment of other officers like Limo and that happened. And we train them in the academy and we tell them what to, and it's just, I don't know. I mean, they just continuously make stupid ass decisions.
Right. And then it casts a doubt on all the officers who are good. Are there any good officers, Major? Or are they all corrupt? Are they all corrupt?
I have over 200. We have over 200 officers here, and majority of them, they all do good work. They do what they're supposed to do. We have a few that do not, and believe me, when we find out, we will take action. Again, we follow the rules as far as personnel rules, but it is not something we take lightly, and we just got to continue to fight the battle. More training, more education.
Sounds like you're pretty frustrated, Major, and it's kind of, I'm alarmed because it sounds like you know who the dirty officers are. It's like you guys all know. I mean, how could you not know? And then you get these instances where, like you said, Limo, we just went through a whole thing where officers were smuggling in meth. They were working with the inmates. They were smuggling it in pizza boxes. What's changed? Well, now they're using lotion bottles. And I just don't get why we're not naming one officer because he's the brother of a cop or connected to whoever. And then it's like we're not going to charge a guy with like official misconduct or anything like, you know what I mean? And what kind of message does that send to the other officers? Major, that sends it to the other officers that there's certain corrections officers who can't be touched, who are untouchable, who can bring in whatever. And My book and release.
No, Chris, nobody, no officer in here is untouchable. Okay. Again, even the former head of internal affairs went down for that. Nobody's untouchable. If they're caught doing something wrong, we will take action. Do we have other officers? Yes, we probably do. You know, but we have to find the right evidence in order to take the proper action against them. And we continue to do that. That's why we do the baggage inspections, and, you know, we have the inmates that, of course, are doing this along with their family members on the outside. We have some family members that are enabling their loved ones in here to continue to break the law. They're helping them. They pack the stuff. They buy the stuff. They continue to help them smuggle the contraband into the prison. It's just something we have to deal with day in and day out.
Yeah, but this one officer, he'd only been on the job for 8 months. That's not a long time, and it's pretty serious. I mean, when you're talking about meth, marijuana,
syringes,
cell phone. I mean, what kind of background checks and things like that are being done to ensure that the people that are being hired over at the Department of Corrections aren't connected to like drug dealers or whatever?
It seems like they are. I mean, that's what it's looking like.
Yeah, it's really disheartening that someone as young as him starting his new career, you know, gets pulled down into these kind of games and stuff, and now he's finding himself behind the bars, and you know, it's gonna, you know, affect his job possibly.
Possibly, right?
Yeah, you're right. He's only 20.
I mean, I think
he's in his 20s.
It kind of looks like they got the new guy and they leaned on him a little bit, and he had to bring the stuff in for someone else. I mean, I don't know. That looks like I've seen a lot of prison movies.
This ain't the movies. This
I know
is
this
the
is real life.
deal.
This is worse than the movies because we're talking Guam, and we're talking like a guy can bring in ice, and then a dude can come in right behind him with tobacco, and it looks like they're connected, but you know, it's a tale of two COs. One gets to walk, and now we're going to wait and see if the other will talk.
All right, Antone. I hope this doesn't ruin your day or anything.
Yeah, sorry, mate. You know, it's good, though. It's good that you show these people out here that you give a damn. You know what I mean? That's good.
It ruined my day when we got the phone call. I mean, it ruined my night when we got the phone call that was what was happening. But again, we just have to move on. I mean, again, I have a lot of good officers here that do what they're supposed to do, and you know, a few may not. Or I hope this sends a message to all the officers again to do what is expected of you, and
do the good things that are expected of you.
These inmates will try to take advantage of your weakness, and give you some sad story of why they need your help or what their reasons are. And if you don't stay true to yourself and to what your mission is, then you're gonna fall victim. And we've seen it over and over, even with, like, again, experienced 27-year officers, you know, going down because of getting involved with these inmates.
Okay, I think we've covered this. And
yeah.
So can you give us can we move on to something else?
Yeah.
Can you give us an update on the testing? The last time we did an interview with you, we were talking about how we were looking to do the remaining testing of inmates and detainees and employees over at DLC. Has that been scheduled yet, or?
When we first tested the inmates, decided to start testing, we started out in Manila, and we tested 147 in Manila. And then on September 8th, they tested 130 the detainees in Agana. We've also tested all our officers. We have about 318 inmates remaining. And so we are working with public health to complete that testing, or at least hopefully complete it. Well, we may have to go one more round or two more rounds of this. But we're looking to hopefully do it before the end of this week to try to tackle the remaining Manila inmates.
Anybody else test positive over there?
So hopefully we'll have that done.
Any of well, not test positive, but any?
No, not since the. I mean, we've had a few, maybe one or two officers, but most of them were already away from the facility before they tested positive.
Right.
They've already recovered. All our staff have. Those that did test positive recovered and are back to work. No inmate as of now has shown any symptoms or of COVID, and so we continue to press on.
Okay.
Hopefully by the end of the week, again, we test another round.
So just no COVID, but contraband coming in.
Yes, no COVID, but we found contraband.
All right. Anything else, Anton, happening at DOC?
Well, we just completed our, we went through the last 2 weeks, our DOC was undergoing a Prison Rape Elimination Act audit. So we had some auditors from off island here evaluating DOC's policies in response to prison rape. The auditors left this morning. We're expecting a report in a few weeks of their findings and recommendations, and how we can address any of the shortcomings that we may have.
What prompted the visit?
In regards to prison rape.
Rape?
Yeah.
Rape?
Prison rape.
Act.
Yeah. So what prompted the visit from these auditors? What prompted the visit from these auditors?
So the Prison Rape Elimination. No, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, sir, has always been. It's a law since 2003, and it's a federal law that addresses rape, rape in prison, sexual harassment amongst inmates and staff. It's a whole list of things, and Guam has committed to being PREA compliant. I can recall back ever since the Camacho administration, and we've had a mock audit, I believe, in 2017 or 2018, and they came out. The real audit, came out here this past week. And they go over everything from staffing to policies to how we handle complaints. And this is all on a federal level. And these are all federal standards that we need to meet. Most prisons, of course, through the country don't come out 100% compliance through the first audit. But again, we're gonna work towards addressing all of those issues. There's usually like 45 different standards that we have to meet.
Wow.
Yeah.
When was the last audit finding, and did you meet those 45 standards?
No, we did not.
How many of the 45 standards did you not meet?
I believe on the last audit, it was a mock audit that we did, and out of the 45, I believe, standards, we probably met about 30. I mean, a lot of it too has to do with staffing,
Structural issues, I'm sure. Right.
Camera system, just personal safety for the inmates and the staff, things like that. So,
do these standards need to be met for any sort of federal funding?
not at this point. No, we're still in the working phase of that. So, we're not going to be sanctioned anything at this time if we don't meet all the standards. But it's a work in progress, and our goal is to eventually be compliant with all those standards. It's going to take some work on both DOC and the government in general's because it's going to take some funding and other issues to move us in the right direction.
And just before we let you go, Anton, if you could just provide just an update on the contract, I believe, for the master plan.
Oh, okay. So the master plan contract was signed by the governor. Okay, the governor had already signed it, and so we have given it to the vendor now, and so he's gonna work on his schedule to come to Guam and start working on it. We're probably right now looking around October, maybe the middle part of October. Again, it depends on the COVID, the restrictions that are in place and what's going on right now, because when he comes to Guam, I mean, he could be quarantined for 14 of those days, and that won't really help him in his project.
Right.
You know, to be locked up 14 days when he should be working. But we're going to work with him on his schedule, and hopefully soon he can head out here and start working on the project.
All right, Major, I wanted to end on a good note here because I feel like you kind of got beat up in this interview. Tony Vanessa Padua comments, God bless you, Major Antone. There are still many DOC officers who work hard and try their best every day when they report to work, risking their lives not to be trapped in.
Well, thank you, whoever made that comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for what you're doing over there and all of the DOC officers, Anton.
Thank you, Major.
We appreciate you.
You can
Stay
excused.
Stay safe.
Text me on the side if you want to tell me anything.
Okay.
Okay, Major. Esta. Okay. Obviously very frustrated. That's good, though. Don't you want him to be frustrated? Of course. You don't want him to be like, oh, big deal. It's more meth. God, the CEO smuggling in meth. Come on, it's a prison. Yeah, you want that fire, that passion, you know? I mean, dude, he was pissed.
Yeah. You know, and I've seen him at oversight hearings.
Right.
But I never seen him like that.
I never seen him say stupid ass decisions.
I have not seen that from
And
that
it's
tone.
frustrated. And you know, just by reading between the lines that, yeah, some guys get to slide over there because of who they're connected to. It's 9:21. We're going to take a short break and bring you our next segment here, brought to you by the Thrive Coalition. That's next on The Link. It's The Breeze 93.9.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Hey, good morning. Taking you down to Umatic where they were trying, we heard from Public Health, trying to get that community mass testing that was twice canceled because of rainy season weather. They're trying to get that on for this weekend. We don't know for sure, but we will let you know when we know for sure. Just giving you a heads up, even though it's not for sure. That's what they said. Good morning. The link is proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cowboy Enterprises, and IT&E, and this next segment where we kind of focus on Tuesdays, physical and mental health, well-being, and a chat with either people who are doing exercise or people who are reaching out to parts of our community that need to be reached out to. And so it's all brought to you by the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. We'll go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we've sanitized everything. We did an inspection. There's no contraband or anything in there. We have the executive director of Sanctuary, Vic Camacho, and he's joined by the Quality Assurance and Corporate Compliance Officer, Leilani Gilatinag. God, I know I said it right during the. Can you, Leilani, school me, none?
It's pronounced just how it's spelled, Giltinag.
All right, Giltinag. There you go. The Sanctuary QA. Good morning, Vic. Good morning, Lonnie. Thanks for joining us.
Morning.
Morning.
So I guess we'll just catch up real quick on where are we at with Sanctuary and the PCOR 1 and how it's affected your operations. How are you operating during this lockdown?
Okay. Well, Chris, thanks for having us.
Of course, Vic.
Sanctuary is committed to, So Sanctuary is committed to working with our kids. We haven't shut down at all since the first lockdown into the second lockdown. The kids in shelter remained in shelter. We've also been accepting new clients. Of course, we have to be very, very careful. We run a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation, so we have to be very careful about bringing any COVID positive clients into our shelter. All of our RAs have been working nonstop. So, it's business as usual as best as we can. As you can see, some of us are working from home. We do rotate in and out of the office to serve our community as best we can.
There was one thing we had on the show last week. It was the Department of Public Health and the situation with foster care. And I want to say that they did mention a situation in Sanctuary that, you guys are taking in a whole lot more clients, right, over there. And this need that, for placement for, I guess, teenagers, right?
And they said something like if they can't find a foster home for kids who are eligible to become foster children, that they end up being held, and that's not even I don't know if that's the right term, at Sanctuary or DYA. So how much of that is going on?
Yeah, it is true. We want to be that intermediary between DYA and homelessness. That's why we exist. We exist as an emergency shelter. Unfortunately for us, there are kids where there is no family placement. Ultimately our goal is to get these kids back into family placement. But emergency shelter by definition is very temporary. 30 days max. But the reality is there isn't shelter for kids beyond 30 days. So we have to step in, we have to help out. We ask the courts and CPS's cooperation in ensuring that we are placing the kids in the perfect situation for them. DYA, it's juvenile justice. That's for kids who have to be in detention. Those are kids that have committed crimes. It's not kids that are homeless or kids that have experimented with drugs or alcohol. Those are kids that just need a helping hand. They don't need to be incarcerated. So Sanctuary plays a very vital role. We definitely do realize there is a need for longer term shelter for kids. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to be doing what we've done for almost 50 years now at Sanctuary.
And if you could just kind of explain, how you guys are providing those sorts of services to our youth during this time of COVID.
Okay. Well, we are providing. So if you look at Sanctuary, we provide shelter for youth between the ages of 12 to 17 in our co-ed shelter. We also have another shelter that we run for young adults between the ages of 16 to 22. And those are adults who also have dependents. So if a young mom is homeless with 3 dependents up to the age of 9, we'll take them in and we will house them and care for all their needs. We also have our drug and alcohol rehabilitation facility. So, and that is for the same 12 to 17. The biggest impact that we have had is in our group prevention programs. So we do have the residential drug and alcohol rehabilitation, but we also have an outpatient and intensive outpatient component that when we operate in groups, we would normally operate in groups. We obviously can't do that right now. So we've had to get very creative, get training in telehealth, and follow the advice of all our funders. All of our funders are aware of the challenges, help us provide services for kids. The kids they're not in school. Yeah. They're in school at home. They're not physically at school. So there's a lot of gaps and a lot of time for kids to, kids that need help and so what we're trying to do is just be there in any way possible. And it might not be a group setting. It might be by appointment, or it might be something like this, a Zoom call with a kid. We're being very creative in how we provide services. And I want to thank my team. Leilani is here and she can definitely share some more. She is our quality assurance officer. And so everything that we're doing different, we got to run through her. I'm all about, hey, let's do it. Yeah, whatever. Lonnie is the one who keeps me in check, so.
Yeah, Lonnie, if you could kind of just tell us, what is a quality assurance and corporate compliance officer over at Sanctuary and the role that you play in keeping this organization running?
So as a quality assurance officer of Sanctuary, my role is to ensure that every practice that we do at Sanctuary is in conformance with our accreditation standards. We are accredited with the Commission on Accreditation for Rehabilitation Facilities. And so I make sure that everybody is doing what they're supposed to do and in conformance with the standards. I work hand in hand with Victor, our crisis manager, and our clinical director, and we make sure that the kids are taken care of properly and that we provide excellent services at Sanctuary. We also make sure that our as a quality assurance, I also am writing for the organization, so I make sure that Victor is aware that there are funding out there and that he can go out and get money for our programs.
Right. And so do you guys accept donations? Right? You guys accept donations? So what are some of the things? What are some of the things that you guys need right now?
Yeah.
Well, with every lemon, there's an opportunity to make finadeni, right, or lemonade. So here, through this pandemic, we've received supplemental funding from the federal government through our grants, and so the grants have allowed us to firm up our facilities, get sanitation stations up to date. A lot of our needs right now, honestly, are in helping us provide services remotely. So how can we provide for a client from home? How can we communicate with a client who doesn't have a cell phone? How can we do a Zoom call with them in that regard? So there's a lot of opportunities for electronics upgrades. We're doing some online fundraising through the Gannett Foundation, just started today. we're trying to be creative. We can't do 5Ks. We can't do golf tournaments. There's a lot of things we can't do, but let's not worry about that. Everybody else is dealing with that same thing. So what can we do? And we're just trying to be proactive here, trying to keep our heads up. But the needs are always the same. There's always toiletry needs for the kids. There's always clothing needs. A lot of kids come to us, unfortunately, with the clothes on their backs. School supplies. The kids that are in Sanctuary are still in school. They are all participating in school, and so it's just if you look at Sanctuary, it's like you're sleeping over at a relative's house that while you're going through some issues. And our goal is to ensure that when the kids come to us, that there is a placement after Sanctuary, and that placement is a family that's united and a family that learns how to communicate with each other. So we don't just work with the client, we work with the families, we work with all the partners, we work with the court system, we work with CPS. We do quite a bit, and that's why we need a big team. We have a big team of very, very dedicated people from every level, and we're just happy to do what we do.
And you guys do this, right, on a 24-hour basis? You guys have a hotline that people can call? Right?
Yeah, so we do have a hotline. It's 475-7100. That hotline is for anybody who's going through crisis, whether it's kids that need help and need a place to stay. Or if it's one of our partners that needs help with placing a kid that evening. So we do that 24 hours a day. Our shelters operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's always somebody there with the kids.
Okay. Lonnie, was there any final comments you'd like to make?
Oh, no. Victor was saying the crisis hotline, and he got cut off. His voice got cut off. I didn't know if he got that.
Yeah, you got cut off at the beginning. The 24-hour crisis hotline number, is that 475-7100? Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I guess just to wrap this up, any final comments, Vic?
I just want to, we just got word just like within the last hour that we received another 3-year accreditation from CARF, the Commission on Accreditation for Residential Facilities. So,
all right.
Yeah, rehabilitative facilities. So, yeah. So, we had to do our survey virtually. So it was challenging. Our teams of all of our team. So I applaud them. They did a great job.
All right.
Yes. Thank you, Vic and Lonnie. Appreciate it. And it's brought to you by our friends at the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. So thank you for thriving with us this morning.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Wash your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Again,
Thanks.
Sanctuary, they have a 24-hour crisis hotline. That number is 475-7100. 475-7100.
We'll take a short break and come back with more of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Take a bite in this love story. Let your uncle the gun move shake with no worry. And tomorrow
Freddie Four-Piece. Love letter number 42. Well, that one's pretty good. I wonder what the first 41 were like. 946, The Link, The Breeze, 93.9, Jason. Solace. Let's jump into the KUAM News Zoom room. Jay, I'm going to hand this one off over to you. Where we have from the Salvation Army, Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd. Good morning.
Good morning, Happy Day.
Very good to see you. And I must say, Cap, that is a very, very impressive beard that you've got going.
Thank you so much. It's my COVID beard. I'm hoping, as long as COVID's going, I'm going to keep growing it. So we'll see. Maybe it'll get a little bit longer.
I'm kind of doing the same thing myself. I've kind of taken the NHL hockey playoff approach. I'm just not shaving until PCOR 1 is done. But I'm. Exactly. Yeah, I think I'm way beyond razor at this point. Okay, I do want to ask you, though, because last time we had you on the show, you were actually showing off a beard-friendly mask that you actually had, which if you are, shall we say, if you are follically gifted, okay, so it still reaches. Okay, all right, there you go.
Yeah, it still reaches. If the COVID goes too much longer, I'm going to have Doris make me another one, though, because this one is getting to the end of things here.
That is excellent. Well, and the reason why we're bringing you on is because, the one thing that none of us as mere people on Earth have control over is time. And, of course, the holiday season is coming up. This is probably, I would say, and it's going to be very, very cliche, but this is a holiday season like unlike any other that any of us have ever experienced and everything like that. But the mission of caring and continuing and of service continues for you fine folks at the Salvation Army. And so where are we as far as, preparation schedule and, and the need for community involvement and things like that, if you would, please?
So we are now taking applications for Christmas distribution, for food and toy distribution. We want to make sure that at least 400 families throughout the community of Guam receive a proper Christmas dinner, as well as toys for all their children that are 17 and under. We put a post out there under Salvation Army GU, and it's got all of the dates for the actual application dates. And we're still looking also for corporate Angel Tree donors, because we need sponsors, because the Toys for Tots, they're going to be having a hard time this year.
It's difficult with everything shut down, all of the, our premium outlets and Micronesian Mall. It's difficult to go out and buy a toy like we normally have in the past. So we're kind of having to shift, but the need, like you said, the need doesn't go away, and we will do everything in our power to help people in need.
And I love the underlying sentiment, because as you just said, it would be so easy for people just to say, well, this is a weird year, so we can just kind of like brush this one under the rug, or we might not be able to do it because the money's real tight, or like stores are closed and everything like that. You guys have never been anyone to say, well, oh, woe is me, like we're going to dismiss this year and everything. You say things are different, but we're going to get this job done, because that's who we are, and that literally is our mission. That's what we're all about.
That is our mission, and there are so many people that have been affected by this. As I'm doing intake and putting in names and numbers of households, it's incredible to see people that normally have never asked for help before, and now because layoffs or reduced hours or being furloughed, it's a devastating time right now, and people continue to have that same need for food and. For kids, as a parent, you never want your kids to go without. So if we have that opportunity to kind of stand in the gap there and help people, we just live for that.
Okay.
So,
and I want
We're doing about 2,000 to 2,500 individuals per month out of our food pantry. So the need is high. It's not going to change with Christmas, so we're going to make sure that we provide for as many people as we can.
Outstanding. And of course, you now are proper Guamanians. You both have been on island now, what, 7 months?
Since the end of June.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, much shorter. Okay, but you've had Chamorro food, which I'm sure you absolutely fell in love with at first bite.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes,
yeah, you're as Guamanian as they get right now.
I have an affinity for parrotfish. With that,
the parrotfish is so good.
With that
gosh.
skin, oh my goodness, it's delicious.
Yeah, you are going to be invited to many, many parties when things go back to normal. I guarantee it. But
I can't wait to go to a proper fiesta.
Well, and that being the case, the reason why I brought that up is because you now know, as and you've endeared yourself to our culture and our community, is we just love to help and to make ourselves available and to basically give all we can and to take care of our neighbors, because the spirit of Inafamalik is something that we grow up with, we live every single day. But what can people do if once the holiday season is in full swing and people want to be able to go out and contribute and volunteer and donate, but with health regulations and and safety concerns, how may they contribute?
So corporate angel trees is a really big thing. We have tags, basically. We can do it electronically as well for each child. That's gender specific, age appropriate gifts that we need. And then you basically take the tag and you purchase for the child. And then we end up having toys for the kids. Also, we need corporate kettle ringers. I know that some of the stores aren't open, but we're hoping to get into the Cost You Less as well as the Pay Less stores, because they're essential businesses. And we need people that are willing to come out and volunteer their time. They can come out and sing carols, play instruments, whatever it is they want to do in order to make it fun. But we make so much more money when it's a volunteer versus a paid employee.
I heard that.
And so the people that are willing to volunteer their time, because that's the money that we use for the year-round food pantry, for the year-round youth programs. It's the money that we make during the red kettle season that sustains us for the 12 months.
There is something that happens between now and Christmas, though. Thanksgiving. This year, we still are going to try to do a community Thanksgiving meal. It will not be a congregated kind of experience. We'll have balutin and go out and work through the mayor's offices, but we're still in need of donors for food and in-kind donations that way. I realize that as people don't have very much here, people are so generous. I have some of my friends are essentially homeless, and I see them taking half of what they have to share with others with even less. It's been very humbling to be part of this community, and you're absolutely right. People are engaged in each other, thriving and being able to live sustained lives.
We've seen that with the Thanksgiving dinner. It's comes from a variety of different businesses, hotels, restaurants, grocery stores, and we're realizing that a lot of these businesses are suffering this year. And so, to be quite honest, we're a little bit unsure of how we're going to be able to pull off this Thanksgiving dinner. So we're definitely looking for people that can sponsor us and help us do that.
But see, again, the one thing I'm hearing from that is we're unsure how we're going to pull it off, but we are going to pull it off.
Absolutely, yes.
The work will be done.
As there is need, we will be there in whatever manner we can. It may look different, but we will continue to meet needs as we are able to.
One thing that I also have always appreciated about the Salvation Army is because you are, the Salvation Army is a faith too, and of course heading into the holiday months, a time which is normally filled with, tradition and family and joyous times and music and food and everything like that. Whatever, we don't even know what the next 90 days are going to be like. We can project and we can speculate and we can conjecture. But how do you keep your own staff's spirits high and focused and motivated? And how do you do that for the community and the people you've never met before, but the people who you serve?
We are people of faith. Before anything else, we are social justice warriors, kind of. But Carrie and I are both ordained pastors and ministers. So even as we've been unable to gather with our congregation on Sundays because we're essential workers, we take food out to our folks and we take devotions out. We also have our Lighthouse Recovery Center right here on premises, and those guys working through the recovery are locked down and they're kind of going a little bit stir crazy. So we go over and we share the good word and we pray together and we engage with each other. It is so important. Everything we do is based on our love for God. And we express that through our actions.
And with our staff, it's important that they understand every staff meeting we have an educational element to it, whether it's about emotional intelligence or empathy. We want to keep it client-centered. It's very important that they understand that they represent Jesus Christ. And when they're actually serving others, it's because they love God. And so everything we do is because we love God.
Amen. Well, may I ask, since we're on the subject and everything, is one thing we really try and do here on this show is provide that spiritual nourishment for our audience and everything. Might I trouble the both of you to perhaps lead us in a moment of prayer?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Dear Lord God, we just thank you for all of our friends here in community of Guam. Lord, you understand our hearts. You understand the challenges that we have. The uncertainty of tomorrow, and sometimes the shame and guilt we feel when we can't provide and do things that we normally have. Lord, we know that you know all of these things. We know that you are a good God and that we love you. I thank you, Lord, for the hands and feet that continue to provide service. I pray that you will bless each person. Lord, as we work through this time, I pray that your spirit would calm our hearts, that we would remember beyond our own needs, that there are people around us that need our help, and you use us to do that. So I pray, Lord, that we would each be sensitive to the needs around us, whether it's a listening ear or something physical to do and to interact. But Lord, I pray that we would look to others' needs before ourselves, and that through that you would get glory. I pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Viva Santa Maria Carmelita!
Amen. Thank you so much, Captain. Okay, but I was actually paying attention to, to the words, obviously, beautiful words, and and certainly the spirit of the holiday season, the true spirit, will not be lost no matter what. There were a ton of just prayer emojis in a comment stream. There were hearts and thumbs up being thrown left and right in Facebook and everything. So people really took those words to heart. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you for the opportunity. I love it.
Thank you, guys.
It's a new thing. Being from the mainland, people shy away from talking about faith, but we all experience faith in that relation in whatever way that we each do. So I think it's an important thing, especially during these very trying times. So it heartens me to understand that we are all engaged in this healing process together. So thank you for that opportunity.
Well, thank you. And I must say that, you do also have a very, very strong partner in each and every one of us, the entire cast and crew of KUM, because it is a true honor for us to be able to partner with you each and every, not just the holiday season, but around the calendar, and, be able to work with you and, take inspiration from you. So we are greatly looking forward to the myriad projects that we're going to work with the both of you and your staff, heading into the next few months.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your partnership and just your engagement. You guys are the real deal, and we appreciate you very much.
Well, you've got friends at KUM, and you're welcome here anytime. I mean, under normal circumstances, we dedicate like a parking spot for you, like in our parking lot. But you've got the Zoom invite, so that's basically the same thing. Well, Chris Barnett has the nice parking space right now. So.
Yeah, okay.
So when put it this way, when I hit my 20th year at KUM, Sabrina and I got to share a stapler. So Chris gets the parking space.
Spoken like a true man of faith, Jason Sellis. Thank you, captains. Okay, wash your hands.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. Be safe. Thank you for the prayer. Thank you, Jay.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Good people.
Wait, you got a parking spot?
Do I? News to me. 9:59. Bree, some of the takeaways from the show this morning.
Thank you guys so much.
Let's see. There's the guidance on the quarantine protocols. Everybody, just for ultimate clarification, 14-day government quarantine is still in effect. The only exemptions, I believe, are for the exemptions that are listed in this guidance that was issued last night by Public Health.
And then also we spoke with Dr. Hoa, and he had said that they are really leaning towards discussing and possibly moving on this discussion of reopening additional businesses and reopening them in a way where obviously they're just not going to flip the switch and everybody's open, come on out. It's going to be with the COVID-19 safety precautions in effect.
Right. So there's a big meeting of the Physicians Advisory Group tonight, 5 o'clock. And so all of that will be discussed from quarantine to what Chris mentioned, PCOR 1 and modifications for the reopening of more businesses. And of course, we heard from the Lieutenant Governor. I think, what did he not talk about?
Yeah, he talked about a lot. He talked about this Agora raise, not raise issue. And he said that he's been chewed out by the public auditor, BJ Cruz, like that before. And his words on the comments that the public auditor has made, directed at Adelup, very eloquently put by our Lieutenant Governor. Yikes. We also heard from Vince Munoz, Janela Carrera about the Guam COVID Alert app. And we're telling you guys you can join our download-a-thon. As Public Health and the Public Health Authority believes the more people that download this Guam COVID Alert app, the better we can get a handle on the COVID.
Yeah, and that download-a-thon, it's going to be airing on KUAM. It's also going to be on our Facebook page. We're going to be streaming it 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. on Saturday. We're encouraging everybody to join the fight. It's Fight Night Saturday, and we want you to join the scrap and be a COVID warrior. You get it, scrap, C-R-A.
Yeah, that's scrap guys with APP, so it's C-R-A-P-P. Okay.
So that's Saturday.
Sabrina
Please
worked really hard on that one. Please appreciate it.
join the fight.
Right. And also today we had Major Anton Uggan, a very frustrated Major Anton Uggan, saying, he's tired of people, Department of corrections officers, making what he called stupid-ass decisions.
That's a direct quote.
Yeah, that is. And so we'll have more on that. So that was basically the show.
We also had the power couple on,
right.
Kyle and Miyu. Again, they went to New York for their honeymoon, and it was very insightful. What they described on their trip to New York city and what they have done to adjust and the new normal over there, and
Right.
maybe even taking some of the ideas on what businesses are doing over there and applying it to their businesses here on Guam. And also just talking about how life is like, sharing their quarantine chronicle with us.
And they basically said that they don't feel like they're in a prison cell, which I thought was pretty interesting.
And they're doing their part.
And, you know, someone we were really excited to have on the show, but unfortunately, because of urgent matters that they had to attend to, I mean, they are the surgeon cell, unavailable this morning. Dr. Mike Cruz, Dr. Louis Cruz, Staff Sergeant Joe Aquino, and Sergeant Fernando Estevez, Dr. Felix Cabrera. We did put in the ask if we could get them on tomorrow. We'll see what tomorrow's show is shaping up to be, though. It looks like it's going to be a good one. So don't forget the link on the breeze tomorrow. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
Joe, sir, good job. Jason Solis, good job. Our guys in Master Control, Ken Janier, good job. Thank you to you guys on our listening on the breeze, KUAM FM 93.9, and also on the KUAM News Facebook Live feed, where that is Edward R. Murrow award-winning stuff. And we think it's because we have the best supporters, fans, viewers, and consumers of news and entertainment content with the KUAM family. Thank you guys so much. And remember, we got your 6 with the KUAM News primetime show.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Right on. Bree, any requests here you want to go out with?
Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah,
That's
whatever.
yeah, great.
You know me, I like JD. I'm the same songs over and over.
Yeah,
That's
the same
me.
3 songs. So yeah, let's do a little JD. We'll leave you guys here with there was someone who made a quote in the comments talking about the Guam COVID Alert app, and they said download it app Pumagi.
Yay!
APPO. So we'll leave you with JD Crutch, Guasi Chris, and Joe.
Masinati untungo, tagihiti ningo putho.